Yeah, so your face there. Hey everyone, this is Sean Mary along with my friend Devon here.
Hi guys, Devon.
Yeah, you're a YouTuber as well, isn't that right?
Yes.
What do you post about?
Glow sticking mostly. Glow sticking practice videos with
Yeah.
music.
It's definitely interesting. It's different from what I do. I mainly put out videos or streams talking about things that I like talking about. Also, there's people on YouTube who do a lot of editing. You know, people who invest hours into editing their videos or streams before uploading them to YouTube.
Right.
They take it more seriously.
Right.
That's not me. I'm not doing this seriously. I'm not doing YouTube for a living. There's other people who do that, who do YouTube as a job. This is definitely not a job for me. It's something I do casually, just for fun. One of the big things we wanted to talk about today actually is Jurassic Park, because we're both very familiar with it.
Yep.
First of all, man, have you read either the original Jurassic Park book or Jurassic Park: The Lost World, which are both from Michael
Jurassic Park and The Lost World by Michael Crichton?
Yeah, I've read both of them too. I think a lot of people would say that the original Jurassic Park book is better than Jurassic Park: The Lost World. That's what I would say.
Yeah,
do you agree with that?
I would agree.
Yeah, have you seen any of the Jurassic Park movies?
I've seen all 6 of them.
It's good.
The Jurassic World series and then the original Jurassic Park 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, there's 3 Jurassic World movies right now. Then we're getting Jurassic World Rebirth later on this year.
I'm gonna go see that when it comes out.
Did you remember who directed this one?
I can't remember.
It's going to be directed by Gareth Edwards.
Okay.
Do you know what movies he's directed?
No, I don't.
First of all, he's the guy who directed Rogue One, a Star Wars story. And on top of that, he did Godzilla 2014, which is part of the MonsterVerse that involves King Kong and Godzilla. You have Godzilla 2014 along with Kong Skull Island that came out in 2017.
I did see that one.
Then you have Godzilla v. Kong. There's 2 Godzilla.
I saw those.
2 Godzilla v. Kong movies right now. If we're talking about Alien versus Predator or Freddy versus Jason or Godzilla v. Kong, for me, I put all these movies in the same bucket. They're fan fiction on the big screen. Because the whole appeal is, wouldn't it be awesome to put Godzilla and Kong together? Yeah, let's smash our toys together in the toy box. Yes! It's inherently a schlocky premise, so I'm not going into Godzilla v. Kong looking for a deep story or deep characters. I'm not going into Godzilla v. Kong or Alien vs. Predator hoping for just a fantastic movie. No, I'm going into a movie like that wondering, is it going to deliver the dumb, schlocky fun that I want? I think that both Godzilla v. Kong movies, along with the first AVP movie, succeed.
Yeah.
So it feels to me like the filmmakers understand what the assignment is. They know that they're not going for an Oscar-winning movie. You know, they're not going for deep cinema. They're making fan fiction on the big screen.
Yeah.
And thus, it's all about delivering that schlocky fun that the audience is looking for. Those movies, I think, do that. If you're talking about AVP Requiem, that movie
was terrible.
It's both bad and boring.
Yeah.
It's not even a movie that you can enjoy, that you can have fun with. It's a movie with characters you do not care about or remember at all. It's a movie with action you can't enjoy because the lighting is so low.
The lighting was so terrible.
Yeah, the lighting is terrible. It feels like whoever made the movie had barely any lights on set. Like they only had 1 light on set. On top of that, you don't get a sense of what the geography is at all during the action. And there's a lot of close-ups, quick cuts. There's a lot of quick cut editing, so you can't make out what's going on. You can't tell what's going on. It's just like, there's shapes fighting each other. Just 2 dark creatures in a low-lit environment. That are just going at it. You can't tell
what's going on. That was the biggest reason why I didn't like it, because it was so poorly lit.
Yeah, exactly.
So dim.
When you combine,
can't even enjoy it.
Yeah, when you combine that with all the quick cuts, the close-ups, the fact that the creatures have dark skin, and the fact that you don't get a sense of geography.
Right.
The action is like headache material instead of stuff that you enjoy. Plus, I think AVPR is an example of just going too far. There's literally a part of the movie where the alien and predator hybrid goes into a hospital, and then it sees a room with all these babies in it. And the movie strongly implies that this alien creature ate all the babies.
Right.
It went, ooh, they're going to make for a tasty meal, which is just nauseating to even think about. And then you see this alien predator hybrid literally walk up to a lady who's about to give birth and force eggs down her throat. It's like, okay, at this point, we're just being nasty for the sake of being nasty.
I remember that.
This is just about putting shocking imagery on the screen for the sake of having shocking imagery on the screen, not because any of it's earned. Oh, hello, Universal. Whoever you are, I'm glad that you hopped on. Please feel free to say whatever you want in the chat. Me and Devon here talked a bit about these fan fiction movies. Now we'll get back to Jurassic Park. I've seen 4 out of the 6 Jurassic Park movies. I've seen the original 3 along with the first Jurassic World from 2015. Universal, have you seen any of the Jurassic Park movies or any of the Star Wars movies as well? Feel free to sound off about any of that stuff right now. Hey, good to hear you're a Star Wars fan. Yeah, me and my friend here actually did a stream not long ago talking about Star Wars. We definitely wanted to talk about Jurassic Park in this stream, but there's some things that I didn't actually say last time we were on air. For one, actually, something that's always bothered me about the Star Wars prequels is that they way overemphasize Anakin Skywalker's importance to the degree that it's really irritating. For one, in The Phantom Menace, you have that moment where Shmi Skywalker is talking to Qui-Gon. Qui-Gon asked, "Who's the father?" And then Shmi responds, "There was no father. I raised Anakin, I gave birth to him. I can't say any more than that." I've always went, George, what are you doing here? Why are you putting this very obvious religious symbolism into the story now? Basically, George is shouting through a bullhorn, "Hey, audience, Anakin is Space Jesus. Shmi Skywalker is Mother Mary." I don't know why it is we're suddenly way overemphasizing Anakin's importance by saying, "Oh, it was actually Immaculate Conception." And then on top of that, we learned that, oh, Anakin is now suddenly the subject of a prophecy that states he's the chosen one who's going to bring balance to the Force. Whatever bringing balance actually means, by the way, the prequels don't even make it clear what bringing balance to the Force actually means specifically. It's left ambiguous. I'm sure it's something you've thought about, right?
Yes.
Do you have your own personal theory about what balance actually means?
I mean, destruction of the Sith, I suppose. Yeah,
it's said in the prequels that the chosen one is going to destroy the Sith and bring balance to the Force. Universal, that's an interesting question you raised there. How do you explain the Acolyte?
You'd be able to explain it better than me.
I haven't actually seen The Acolyte. Why? Because I've heard a lot about it. It doesn't look good at all. So I don't think that show is worth my time. I'm like, no, I'm not interested in this show. There's a whole bunch of other things I'd much rather watch than The Acolyte. It doesn't seem like it's a well-written show. It doesn't seem like the characters are all that interesting or memorable. It doesn't seem like the messaging of the show is very good, because apparently we're supposed to just totally ignore the fact that some of our characters are doing really, really bad things, like committing murder. We're supposed to go, oh, they just want absolute freedom to do whatever the heck they want. So yeah, I totally empathize with that. I'm thinking, no, that's a bad thing. You don't want people to have absolute freedom to do whatever the heck they want without consequences. You know this, man.
Yeah.
You know that in this country, yeah, you have freedom, but do you have absolute freedom to do whatever you want? Yeah, I'm going to respond to that, but...
I don't know.
Well, you know, man, that we have law enforcement and judicial system in this country because you don't have absolute freedom to do whatever the heck you want without consequences. If you choose to violate the law, there will be consequences for that. It's an interesting point you raised there, Universal, about the acolyte. I'm actually going to respond right now to your message. Yeah, it's always bothered me in The Phantom Menace that suddenly George is just telling us as the audience that Anakin is space Jesus. It's interesting to me to think that the acolyte might redefine what that means, or might change our view on what the prequels are going for, maybe. But I've always thought that George Lucas just suddenly allowed the fandom to creep into the writing. What I mean by that, man, is you know how popular Darth Vader is. He is so iconic. Just the look, the classic, iconic James Earl Jones voice, that breathing. It's something that everybody knows. Even if you're not a big Star Wars fan, even if you're not all that familiar with the franchise, you probably know about Darth Vader. I'm just plugging in a computer right here. Suddenly in the prequels, we're expected to just go along with the fact that Anakin is now the most important person that ever has or ever will exist all across time. Anakin is so important now. Oh, it's interesting what you said there, Universal. George tried to explain it by justifying it with midichlorians. I've never personally been a fan of the midichlorians, to be honest, because I think that the Force should be something that's purely mystical. I prefer to just be an energy field. I don't like tying it to something that's biological.
Like blood cells.
Yeah, I don't like that suddenly George is telling us that Force potential can be read by doing a blood test to see how many midichlorians someone has. Now, to be fair, okay, yeah, you could point out that, hey, midichlorians are not the Force, and okay, maybe that's true, but even if that is the case, I still don't think that George Lucas ever should have introduced the midichlorians in the first place, to be honest. I don't think that makes the lore about the Force more interesting. I think that's just over explaining things, to be honest. And also, I've never liked that suddenly in The Phantom Menace we learn that, oh, Anakin built C-3PO. I've always thought, George, why did you make that little connection there? What's the point of tying things together by saying that Anakin's the one who built C-3PO? There's no need for that at all, to be honest. We're just tying things together unnecessarily in a way that makes the canon messier rather than more interesting. Similarly, I've never been a fan of the fact that suddenly in the prequels we learned that Jango Fett was the template for the clone army that ended up being used by the Republic against the Separatists. And then the Republic turns into the Empire, and so clone troopers are replaced by stormtroopers. I've always thought that, okay, sure, the lore ended up doing interesting things of Jango Fett being a template later on with Boba Fett and all that. But I don't think this ever should have been revealed in the first place, because we don't need to suddenly learn that Jango was a template for the clone army, and then the clones end up being replaced by stormtroopers. I've always thought that just makes the canon messier rather than better. And there's a whole lot of other problems with the prequels. Universal, if you have other thoughts about the Star Wars prequels or the sequel trilogy, original trilogy, whatever the case may be, I question for both of you: what storylines would you like Star Wars to go into in the future?
You mentioned this last video stream. You talked about getting away from the classic Jedi versus Sith.
The way I would phrase it is that it's fine for some stories to be about the Jedi, the Sith, the Force, but I also think Andor made a point that, hey, not every single piece of Star Wars content needs to have Jedi, Sith, lightsabers, the Force. There's only so many Force users out there anyway. There's a very small amount.
Right.
But beyond that, I really want Star Wars to move away from Empire versus Rebellion, from super weapons like the Death Star, from the time between Attack of the Clones and A New Hope. That's been explored so much that I'm like, Disney and Lucasfilm, would you just move on already? Go way into the future, hundreds of years into the future, past the movies. So that way you can put out a new piece of content that doesn't have to tie in very much to the movies.
Yeah.
Imagine if suddenly we got a new movie or TV show that's set 500 years after the sequel trilogy, for example. Wouldn't that be interesting?
Yeah.
Because then you could actually blaze a new path forward. You can actually do something different rather than just exploring the same characters over and over again, doing stories about Empire versus Rebellion over and over again, doing stories about super weapons over and over again. Also, if you went thousands of years into the past, like the Old Republic, that is something I would like to see, honestly. I think that would be much more interesting.
Yeah.
Because again, you can do something different from what we've seen in the movies or TV shows.
Yep.
That's the big thing. Star Wars really needs to do something different.
I agree.
It's gotten stuck spinning its wheels. Also, another example is that I really am sick and tired of seeing desert planets in Star Wars.
Yeah.
We've seen so many of them,
Right.
between Tatooine, Jakku from the sequel trilogy.
Right.
And there are others as well. It's like, come on, can we just move on already? Especially if we're talking about Book of Boba Fett or... Well, that's the big one, yeah. Book of Boba Fett, because the whole show is on Tatooine. It's like, Tatooine is just a visually drab, uninteresting location. Mm-hmm. Especially in that show, because we're just seeing sand dunes. Universal, I'm going to respond to your message right now, actually. So that it's there... I'm going to say some of the things that I've been talking about right now. Would you agree, man? What things do you want to see moving forward in Star Wars?
Well, I was appreciating the lightsaber fight, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I get that.
But I think I don't know. I think it was you that said, or someone I met was like, I don't like the new lightsaber fights because they dance with the glow sticks now, or the lightsabers.
The best way to phrase it is that when you look at the Star Wars prequels, the fights feel more obviously choreographed than they do in the original trilogy or the sequel trilogy, actually. One of the only good things I'll say about the sequel trilogy is at least it returned to a lightsaber fight that doesn't feel as obviously choreographed as what we saw in the prequels.
Yeah, because Kylo Ren in the newer ones, he doesn't seem like that. Like, he's not like Anakin in Revenge of the Sith, lightsaber fight wise.
Yeah, exactly.
He's more like, I don't know how to explain it.
It's more raw,
professional, I guess, would put it simply. I guess.
Yeah, less professional, more raw. That's a good way to phrase it. Yeah, but here's what I'm wondering, man.
But,
Or would you say that you'd be interested in seeing a story set way in the past, like hundreds or thousands of years before the movies? Old Republic? Does
Yeah,
that
that'd be
sound
interesting. I don't
interesting?
even know how they would
I
Ender 2.
Yeah, Universal. I definitely am going to be watching Andor season 2. That's for sure. Even though in general I want Disney and Lucasfilm to move on from Empire and Rebellion, I still am very excited for Andor season 2 because I feel like Tony Gilroy and the other people working on Andor have shown us that they know what they're doing. As I talked about during my last stream, don't think that Lucasfilm in general knows how to handle this franchise. I certainly do not trust Kathleen Kennedy.
Yeah.
She's done a terrible job being the president.
Yeah.
But it feels like Tony Gilroy knows how to write. He knows how to make compelling characters. Universal, you also mentioned Tales of the Underworld animation. I know that's going to be coming out. What I'm talking about here, man, is we're going to get these little short stories,
Okay.
6 episodes, 3 of them about Cad Bane. The other 3 are going to be about Asajj Ventress.
I haven't seen Ender 1 myself, I'll be honest.
Yeah, it's one I would definitely recommend for sure. Because it actually, for one, makes the Empire scary.
I wanted to see it. Like, I saw the previews for it. I was like, that looks really good. Cassian Andor.
Yeah, Cassian is in Rogue One, and honestly, just based on that movie alone, you go, okay, I mean, Cassian isn't really all that interesting, but the show Andor makes Cassian a much more interesting character.
Right.
It doesn't make you feel like everybody in the Empire sucks, they're all incompetent.
Yeah.
Kenobi Episode 4 makes everyone in the Empire look like a dummy. It makes you feel like no one there can actually do their jobs. But
Right.
Andor manages to make the Empire and even the stormtroopers menacing rather than just cannon fodder for our heroes to mow down left and right without anyone caring. Yeah, I enjoyed Andor season 1 Universal because it's very well written, and also the acting is honestly great across the board. It's a top-notch production. You can very much tell that money was invested into it. By contrast, if you watch Kenobi, it just feels like Disney slacked off on that show. Like Lucasfilm cheaped out with Kenobi. They didn't really invest all that much time, money, or effort into it because they just thought, well, the show's about Kenobi, so people are going to watch it no matter what. And so why do we need to really try all that hard? And you watch Andor, if you think about set design, production design, costume, sound design, score, all that is just great. There's no spot in Andor where it feels like this is cheap. You don't feel that with Andor. You don't feel like this is a small set. No. Things look big.
Right.
Ferrick's a very visually interesting location. Honestly, I have high expectations for Andor season 2 because I feel like Tony Gilroy, Diego Luna, and other people working on that show have earned our trust because they actually care. They actually want to put out high quality content. It doesn't feel like they just want to deliver something subpar and mediocre, knowing that people are going to watch it anyway. Yeah, Universal, it's true. The viewership for Andor is low. I think that viewership for Andor season 2 could be higher because it feels to me like a lot of people enjoyed Andor, and even the people out there who didn't really enjoy it as much, they're not hating on it. I don't know how you would hate on Andor at all. If it's not your thing, okay, that's fine. But even then, I feel like you're not saying that, oh, this show is terrible, it sucks. No, nothing like that. It's also true in general. The last few Star Wars shows have definitely had low viewership numbers. And you look at the viewership for Skeleton Crew, and it's like, ooh, not good at all. And it's sad, honestly, because I think Skeleton Crew is actually really good. So I wish more people would actually give it a chance and watch it. The Acolyte is really low viewership. I totally understand why The Acolyte is low viewership.
Right.
First of all, right from the beginning, when it was announced that Leslie Headland would be doing The Acolyte,
Yeah.
people had a problem with that right away because she's associated with Harvey Weinstein.
Right.
If you don't know what went down there, let's just say Harvey Weinstein did some bad stuff. So people were like, really? Leslie Headland is attached to the show? Ooh, I don't like that. No, she had to know what Harvey was doing. She couldn't have been totally ignorant. So that didn't help anything right off the bat. And then Leslie Headland and others made statements about The Acolyte. They made it seem like they were more interested in pushing an agenda rather than actually just telling a good story. And then people working on that show very much clapped back against negative reactions to The Acolyte. They very much pushed back against people criticizing it by saying that, like, there was vitriol directed at The Acolyte. People hated on it. It's unfair. So they put out statements that made it seem like they're really unhappy. Okay, what do you say here? Mando and
Grogu's the
next movie.
Are you both excited for it?
Well, for me, I hope that Mando and Grogu ends up being good. I would love it if that were the case. I hope it's a fun, entertaining movie. But honestly, considering that Mandalorian Season 3 is a big letdown for a lot of people, including me, and I thought it was super weird that 2 Mando episodes were just shoved right into the middle of Book of Boba Fett for no good reason. I'm like, ooh, I have skepticism here because I don't really trust Lucasfilm and Kathleen Kennedy. The way they've handled The Mandalorian has not been that good recently. First 2 seasons of the show, really good. I definitely recommend them. But after that, not been that good, honestly.
I'm excited for it.
Oh, I'm surprised you say that.
Well, I love Star Wars. I mean, I just haven't had the time to really sit down and watch a show.
I get what you're saying. You're hoping that Mando and Grogu ends up being good.
I prefer theatrical releases versus like TV shows, but maybe I'm just ignorant.
Honestly, one of the big things that shows you that Lucasfilm and Kathleen Kennedy don't know what they're doing to Star Wars is that so many movies have been announced and then nothing comes of them.
Right.
For example, famously, Lucasfilm literally said, oh, Rian Johnson's doing his own Star Wars trilogy before The Last Jedi even came out. And then after that, we've heard practically nothing about that Rian Johnson trilogy. Also,
what do you think?
Kathleen is leaving soon. Honestly, for me, I do not know who should replace Kathleen Kennedy as president of Lucasfilm. I really don't know who's well suited for that job. It's a good question, Universal, actually, whether Dave Filoni or Jon Favreau will be replacing Kathleen Kennedy as president of Lucasfilm. I think Kathleen has not done a good job. I'll never understand why it is she's been around for so long. When it comes to Dave Filoni, I'm a big fan of the Clone Wars 2008 show. It's not that every episode is fantastic. There's episodes that are weaker. Everyone agrees with that. There's some episodes you can skip. But overall, I think Clone Wars 2008 does a lot right. Also, I think that Rebels is overall a good, though not great, show. There's flaws with it, but I think it does some things right as well. Unfortunately, I was really let down by Ahsoka Season 1. I thought that season should have been better than it is, to be honest. I thought it should have been better written. I thought Ahsoka was a shockingly dull lead character in that show. She's just too stoic, distant from the audience throughout the show she's too distant in order for me to actually care about her, in order for me to really be engaged with her story as much as I felt like I should have been. So watching Ahsoka season 1, I'm like, oh, I don't know that Dave Filoni is all that skilled of a writer, to be honest. It's not that he doesn't have any talent whatsoever. I wouldn't say that, but how good is he really? Universal, yeah, many shows and movies were announced and nothing. That is so true. That's what I was literally just talking about.
Yeah.
We've heard that Taika Waititi is going to do something Star Wars. Also, famously, Kathleen Kennedy announced, oh, the Game of Thrones guys, Benioff and Weiss, they're doing something Star Wars. The guy who's in charge of Marvel, Kevin Feige, he's going to do his new Star Wars thing, guys. The person who's in charge of Marvel Studios, he's totally going to do something Star Wars.
Really?
Also, we're doing a Rogue Squadron movie directed by Patty Jenkins. And then nothing has come of it. So many of these announcements have just fallen off totally.
Yeah.
We've heard practically nothing about the Rian Johnson trilogy except for when Ryan has been asked about it directly.
Right.
Whenever he's been asked about it, he gives the same generic boilerplate response. Oh yeah, it'll totally happen someday, guys. I'm just too busy right now, but when everything lines up, it'll happen. Everybody else is like, that's not happening. We're not getting a Rian Johnson trilogy after The Last Jedi. Lucasfilm is never going to come out and tell us, oh, we're not doing Rian Johnson's trilogy, guys. But we all know it's not happening.
Yeah.
Be honest. Here's the funny thing, man. If you go on the internet, you'll find that, there's been rumors about Kathleen Kennedy leaving for years now. Constantly.
Yeah.
There's been this rumor mill about Kathleen Kennedy leaving or being fired, something like that, for so long now. For me, as someone who follows that stuff, whenever I hear that the newest round of rumors have circulated about Kathleen Kennedy leaving, I'm like, okay, yeah, sure thing, guys. I'll believe it when I see it. In fact, recently, actually, a lot of the major trades are saying that, Kathleen Kennedy's going to leave soon.
Yeah.
And then Kathleen Kennedy put out a statement where she basically said, we're talking about who's going to replace me, but I'm going to stay for a decent amount of time. I don't remember exactly everything that was said off the top of my head, but she kind of pushed back against what a lot of the major trades like Variety and Hollywood Reporter were saying. I'm just about Universal to actually put in the chat here. I don't know who should replace Kathleen Kennedy as president of Lucasfilm. There's not someone that's obvious to me right away where I go, they should totally replace her. If we're talking about Jon Favreau, for example, the quality of his content has been very up and down. So do I really trust him to replace Kennedy? No, I don't really trust him that much, to be honest.
Yeah.
Aside from Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni, who else is even possibly on the table to replace Kennedy?
Right.
I don't know. So overall, I'm not that excited for the future of Star Wars, honestly, because while there's been good to great individual pieces of content, overall the quality a lot of the time has been subpar.
I don't have a lot of hope for Star Wars in the future. Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
I just don't know where they're gonna go. It's like.
Yeah, exactly. Where are they going? I don't really know. Apparently, we're getting another movie actually from Sean Levy. Okay. And I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. Sean Levy's going to do a movie. Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. Mm-hmm. And also, we're apparently getting a Dawn of the Jedi movie from James Mangold. Again, I'm like, sure thing. Yeah, I'll believe it when it actually comes out.
Yeah, he did Logan.
Right now, I'm skeptical. Logan is a fantastic movie. Mm-hmm. That's easily one of the best of the Fox X-Men films. Yeah. Have you seen Logan, Universal, or any of the Fox X-Men movies, actually? Feel free to sound off about that in the chat, or if you want to sound off about Jurassic Park, you can totally do that. You can say how many of the movies you've seen. Have you read any of the books? Have you seen any of the TV content that's on Netflix? Me, I actually have seen 4 seasons of Jurassic World Camp Cretaceous,
Oh,
and
really?
2 seasons of Jurassic World Chaos Theory on Netflix. I've really enjoyed them so far. Universal, you can sound off about what your favorite Star Wars movie is, what your least favorite is, what your what your favorite season of television is, or maybe what your least favorite is. Have you read any of the books or comics? Played any of the video games?
Yeah.
Do you have any reference books like I do? Feel free to talk about that. Actually, I have this right here, Star Wars Essential Atlas. I've had it for a long time, for years at this point. It's a pretty thorough reference book. It goes into detail about the lore, talks about the different planets, along with, well, a whole bunch of stuff, actually. I have a few other reference books as well. I know for me, my favorite Star Wars movie is The Empire Strikes Back. I think that one is fantastic. A lot of people would agree it's easily one of the best of the Star Wars movies, especially because any criticism you can make of that movie is honestly just a nitpick. There's not very many major problems. Yeah, I think A New Hope is great as well, but I think a lot of people would agree it's not a perfect movie. There are a few things wrong with it, not very many, but there's a little bit anyway, a pacing issue, because there's 10 minutes early on in the movie where things really slow down a lot. I'm actually, Universal, going to put here in the chat that, yeah, it is comical. It's so many movies or TV shows have been announced and nothing. Oh, Universal. Yeah, I've seen the first Jurassic Park movie as well. Yeah, I've read the book.
Yeah, the book was great. I thought the book was better than the movie. That's how most of those situations are as far as books and movies go.
I think it's an interesting question. Which one's better, Jurassic Park book or movie? Because the original Jurassic Park movie is fantastic.
Oh, it's great.
The book is great as well. So it's not necessarily easy to say which one is better. It really comes down to personal preference, to be honest. Universal, have you seen any of the other Jurassic Park movies, or have you only seen the first one? We're both definitely interested. Oh, yeah, I'm definitely very familiar with Marvel, that's for sure. Captain America, Winter Soldier, and Civil War, those are both great Marvel movies.
Yeah, Civil War was great.
Yeah, I think you'd agree. What's some of the things that Civil War does really well?
It's got like a backstory to like Iron Man and Captain America.
Yeah, in Civil War, you learn more about Tony's past, because you learn that Tony's parents were killed by the Winter Soldier,
Right.
Bucky Barnes.
Yeah.
The thing is that Captain America's position in Civil War makes sense. Yeah, at Universal, it's true. There's a ton of comic book movies now. Yeah, I agree. Overall, there's an oversaturation problem. When it comes to the MCU, pretty much everyone agrees that things aren't as strong as they used to be. You think about MCU phases 1 to 3, the Infinity Saga, it was great overall. When you agree with that?
I agree.
Sure, everyone will agree that there's some weaker movies in phases 1 to 3. It's not that every one of them is fantastic. Pretty much everyone agrees For the Dark World, not that good. It's not a terrible movie. It's not like For the Dark World is as bad as Howard the Duck. For the Dark World is not one of the worst comic book movies ever made. It's a competently made movie, but unfortunately, it's a very bland, generic, and forgettable movie. When you think about the story, the characters, the villain, Malekith, it pretty much all just falls flat. So for me, For the Dark World is one of the only Marvel movies I haven't rewatched in a long time. It's not really one I have a desire to rewatch. Also, Universal, I think we'd agree that while the MCU Spider-Man films have overall been good, the Sony Spider-Man-less Spider-Man universe movies have been bad. It's comical just how much Sony embarrassed themselves in front of the whole world with the Venom movies, as well as Madam Web, Morbius, and Craven.
Yeah.
I don't know how it is Sony thought it was a good idea in the first place to do these movies about Spider-Man villains without Spider-Man in them. That's just fundamentally
Yeah.
a bad idea.
Right.
The shared universe they did is based on a really, really bad and cynical foundation because Sony has access to the Spider-Man villains or side characters.
Yeah.
So they just said, yeah, we're going to do Venom movies along with Morbius and Madam Web and then Craven. We're not going to have Spider-Man in them, and we're going to try to turn these villains into anti-heroes, which nobody wants. But yeah, these movies are going to be a big success. Everyone's going to love them. Of course, no one did. Don't get me wrong, a lot of people, including me, would say the Venom movies are at least fun. They're not great. They're not some of the best comic book movies out there. But at least there is an appeal to the Venom movies because of the bromance between the symbiote and Eddie Brock.
Right.
You can understand what Sony was thinking a little bit more in that case, but especially when you're talking about Madam Web, Morbius, and Craven, it's just hilarious that Sony thought we were so stupid that we would buy a ticket for all these movies because they are in some way connected to Spider-Man.
Right.
Everyone in the world went, nope, Sony, we're not stupid. You are stupid.
Yeah. I haven't seen a lot of, like, I haven't seen Craven. I haven't seen the other ones you mentioned just because I didn't like Venom and stuff. I mean, it was all right, but like it wasn't so interesting. I was like, it didn't pique my interest when I saw these new movies advertised. I was like, I don't think it'll be that good. The last one wasn't.
Yeah, that makes sense. A lot of people would say that, sure, the Venom movies are enjoyable, but they have some pretty obvious flaws as well. What did you guys think of the Superman trailer and the sneak peek? Yeah, I don't know if you're aware, man, but just over the last few days, CinemaCon has been happening.
Oh, I didn't know.
It's a big convention for theater owners, so there was a lot of announcements or trailers that came out. I have seen the new trailer for the Superman movie that's coming out this year.
I love Superman. I love Man of Steel. I love Justice League. You know, Batman versus Superman.
Honestly, the interesting thing about Man of Steel is it's very much a polarizing, divisive movie, which isn't really surprising because it's coming from Zack Snyder, who's very much the spicy food director. People tend to either love Snyder or hate Snyder. There's not a lot of middle ground. In fact, famously, there's a branch of the Zack Snyder fan base that is extreme. There's a branch of the fan base that goes so far in just loving everything Snyder does and praising him all the time that for anyone who's not part of that group, they go, oh, this is weird. You guys are going so hardcore with defending Snyder all the time. Feels like it's become an almost religious thing praising Snyder.
Did you see the Superman
it feels like you guys are borderline worshiping Zack Snyder. That's weird. I've seen the Superman trailer. I thought it was really interesting. It very much gives you the sense that this new Superman movie is going to lean into the comic booky aspects of Superman. Makes you feel like this isn't going to be a grounded, gritty, down-to-earth take on Superman, which is what Man of Steel is.
Right.
People either really like Man of Steel or really don't like it.
I really liked it.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting, different version of Superman.
Yeah.
Now, when you think about it, actually, before Man of Steel came out, how many Superman movies did we have?
I'm not even sure. I think like 3 or 4 or 5.
You have the original 2 Superman movies from Richard Donner, which are very much important to the genre. You can't take that away from them. Yeah. The original Superman movie very much created the template that has been followed since.
Yeah.
It was the first big comic book blockbuster. And then the interesting thing with Superman 2 is that famously there were production troubles with that movie. That's why we have 2 different cuts of Superman 2. Yeah. The Richard Donner cut as well as the Lester cut. Richard Donner started working on Superman 2, and then he got fired. And later on, he was able to come back and do his version of Superman 2.
Yeah.
And then you have Superman 3, Superman 4, Quest for Peace, and then Superman Returns. There's not a lot of people who are going to tell you, I love Superman 3, Superman 4, and Superman Returns. Those are great movies.
Right.
No, pretty much everyone agrees they're not very good.
Yeah.
You seen those movies?
No.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Superman 3 plays out more like a madcap comedy movie rather than a Superman movie, especially with how this character is a very central part of the movie to the point where he overshadows Superman himself, the title character. Then you have Superman 4 Quest for Peace, which gets very over the top, especially with Nuclear Man. There's some pretty bad visual effects. And then you get to... When you get to Superman Returns, on the one hand, you can respect that the filmmakers wanted to go back to the Richard Donner type of superhero movie. They wanted to make Superman Returns feel a lot like the first two Richard Donner Superman films. The problem is, even by the time Superman Returns came out, the genre had moved on from the approach of those early Superman movies. And thus... people felt like, ooh, this is just too late. Yeah, it's commendable. You're trying to honor what Richard Donner did. Yeah, Universal, recently there's been big things going on in the world of Marvel Studios. I don't know if you know this, man, but recently 25 cast members for Avengers Doomsday were announced.
Really?
One of the big things that we learned is that, oh, this new Avengers movie is going to have X-Men and Fantastic Four in it.
Really? Wow.
There's something really fun about that.
It seems fun.
Yeah, the idea that for the first time, we're going to have X-Men and Fantastic Four together on screen in the same movie.
Right.
That's like a nerd's dream come true. It's like, we're finally going to get that. I think it's hilarious that we learned, oh, Shang-Chi is finally coming back outside of What If. Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings came out back in 2021. That was 4 years ago at this point.
Yeah.
And he's not coming back until Avengers Doomsday. Seriously? That points to one of the reasons why the MCU is just not as strong as it used to be. Because nowadays, we don't know when a character is going to return. That's one of the big problems. Think about the show Moon Knight on Disney Plus came out back in 2021, 4 years ago. And we're all sitting here wondering, are we ever going to see any of those characters again? Are we ever going to follow up on anything from that TV show? It's unclear. Plus, the movie Eternals came out.
Yeah, I didn't really like that movie.
I'm not really a big fan of it either.
Really a fan.
I think there are ideas in there that are interesting, but overall it doesn't really work. It should have been a Disney Plus TV show rather than a movie. It was just too much for one movie, to be honest. Now, here's the thing, man. I don't know if you know this, but originally this next Avengers movie was going to be about Kane. That was Marvel Studios' original plan.
Really?
Kane the Conqueror is going to be the next
I don't know
big bad.
Conquerors.
Well, I'll remind you, at the end of Loki Season 1, we're introduced to a variant of Kane. He shows up in future seasons.
Okay.
Have you seen Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania?
Yes.
That movie is Kane in it. He's the villain, played by Jonathan Majors, down in the quantum realm. The one who apparently is a big threat.
Yeah.
But one of the big problems of Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania is that the movie was supposed to make you afraid of Kane. It was supposed to make you feel like Kane the Conqueror is a massive threat that our heroes, the Avengers, should actually be concerned about because they need to stop him. But when you watch Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, you go, Kane is just defeated at the end of the movie?
Yeah.
Seriously? This is his big debut, and he's defeated by Ant-Man and his friends. That's disappointing. That's very anticlimactic. You get to the end of the movie, and Kane is defeated. Our heroes manage to get back to the regular world, get out of the quantum realm without having to pay any price at all.
Yeah.
That's very disappointing and anticlimactic. We didn't see one of our heroes die or get stranded in the quantum realm. No, nothing actually happened to them. In the end, they just escaped. No consequences or repercussions. By the end, we as the audience are going, well, why should the Avengers be worried about Kane? Why should our heroes think that he's an urgent threat that needs to be defeated? They should take seriously. He's already defeated.
Yeah.
So while a lot of people would agree that Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania is not the worst MCU film, a lot of people would agree it should have been much better than it was. It should have had a lot more bite and teeth than it actually had.
Yeah.
Instead, when you watch it, it just feels like it's been watered down. Like the movie isn't willing to commit to anything because it's too scared of stepping on toes. You go ahead and use the bathroom. Yeah, Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania being the kickoff to Phase 5 meant that the movie should have delivered a lot more than it did. It should have built up the excitement and momentum for the future of this franchise, and a lot of people would agree it just didn't do that. The movie ended up underperforming at the box office. It didn't get that good of reviews. I hope Universal, that Avengers Doomsday ends up being good. I would love that. But I'm very concerned about the fact that Marvel Studios' strategy for building excitement for Avengers Doomsday has been all about casting gimmicks and nostalgia bait instead of trusting the new story that they've been building up or new characters they've been building up. Hey, man.
Are you okay by yourself for a second?
Oh,
I'm gonna go smoke.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, okay?
it's fine. Yeah,
Alright?
it's fine.
Alright.
I think Universal, you'd agree that some of the recent MCU content has been good. I mean, a lot of people would agree that Daredevil Born Again has been a success. Sure, the show's not perfect. This new season of Daredevil isn't perfect, but a lot of people, including me, would say that so far the show has been getting the things that it needed to get right the most right. It feels like the filmmakers, after initially going in a bad direction, actually listened to the feedback. They went, we got to capture the core of what made Daredevil work originally. Also, I think X-Men 97, even though it's separate from the MCU, is really good. And Guardians Volume 3 is a great conclusion to that trilogy. A lot of people would agree with that. A lot of people would agree that Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings is really good. And I enjoy Black Widow. It was a weird kickoff to Phase 4, to be sure, but I think that it's a pretty enjoyable movie, and I think that the Loki TV show on Disney Plus is really good. I enjoyed the first 2 seasons of What If. I haven't seen season 3. I think that Hawkeye, really enjoyable TV show, but overall, things clearly have not been as consistent. The Marvel Studios system clearly doesn't work as well as it used to. I mean, just read the article that was put out by one of the major trades, Variety, actually, talking about problems with the MCU's current system, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Viewership is down for the TV shows. The excitement that was once there isn't present anymore. There's more issues behind the scenes, especially when it comes to fiddling from the Marvel Parliament. I'm curious, Universal, what are your thoughts on the current state of the MCU? What have been some of your favorite projects, for example? Or maybe what have been some of your least favorite projects? Feel free to sound off about that. What upcoming movies or TV shows are you excited for? Or you tell me what upcoming movies or TV shows you're not as excited for. Very curious to hear your thoughts. I know for me, I am interested in upcoming Eyes of Wakanda miniseries. That could be interesting because Wakanda is an interesting location, and I'm totally down to explore that a bit more. I think that Marvel Zombies could be interesting. I don't know if I watched those episodes of What If and immediately thought, yeah, I want to see a spin-off to this. I want to get this expanded on. But I think there's potential there for something interesting. I also think that other projects that are exciting. I'm excited for Thunderbolts, honestly. I think that the premise seems pretty interesting. I like that we're getting Marvel's version of the Dirty Dozen or Suicide Squad. I really hope that Fantastic Four First Steps ends up being good, especially because Fox has famously botched the Fantastic Four multiple times. To be clear, I don't think that the early 2000s Fantastic Four movies are some of the worst comic book movies ever made. I think a lot of people would agree they're not absolute train wrecks. They're not like Batman and Robin or Catwoman or Howard the Duck or Supergirl. No, they're not that bad, but they're not great either. They're just okay early 2000s comic book movies. You can tell they're coming from a time when Marvel didn't have everything figured out. Honestly, Universal, I really hope that the new Superman movie from James Gunn ends up being good. I know that for sure. I overall enjoyed James Gunn's Guardians trilogy. I think that there hasn't been that many good Superman movies. There hasn't been that many that have been broadly liked. So I really want to, yeah, the current direction of the MCU needs to be corrected? Absolutely. I think a lot of people would agree with that. Because while there has been good to great individual pieces of content, movies or TV shows, things have just not been that consistent. It's very concerning to me that Marvel Studios and Kevin Feige are not trusting new talent that they've cultivated, new stories they've built up, or new characters they've built up. Their strategy for building up excitement for Avengers Doomsday is all about casting gimmicks and nostalgia bait. It's all about, hey guys, look, the Russo brothers from the Infinity Saga, they're coming back. Guys, remember Chris Evans? He's coming back. Hey, remember Robert Downey Jr., Iron Man? He's coming back. He's going to be the villain now. Yeah, Universal, I totally agree that Marvel Studios needs to realize that less is more. They need to focus on quality over quantity. I think that a lot of people would agree when you got to phase 4 and you started getting multiple movies per year along with multiple TV shows per year, it meant that for a lot of people, it was just too much. There was too much to keep up with, and thus people weren't as excited for the MCU as they used to be. The momentum that was there previously just went away. I feel like one of the problems that Marvel Studios and Kevin Feige are running into now is that the universe is just too big, to be honest. So there's too much stuff to keep track of. There's so many different storylines and characters. Things feel more segmented. When you think about Daredevil Born Again, for example, that feels like it's in its own pocket of the MCU. It's in its own corner. It's not really very connected to other pieces of content. And also, we're now sitting here thinking, when are we going to see the characters from Eternals again? Yeah, a plot point from that movie was followed up on in Captain America Brave New World. But aside from that, when are we going to follow up on other things from Eternals? Like, when are we going to follow up on the post-credit scenes of that movie? Are we ever going to see Harry Styles again? Or find out what happened to the remaining Eternals? Also, you have a show like Secret Invasion. Yikes, that was not good. There's not a lot of people out there who are going to tell you, oh, Secret Invasion was great. That was so well done. No. Pretty much everyone will tell you, yikes, that really didn't work, especially when you got to the end. What are some of your thoughts, Universal? How many of the Disney Plus shows have you seen? What are some of your favorite of the MCU Disney Plus shows? What are some of your least favorite TV shows? Or you could tell me, have you seen Werewolf by Night, the Guardians Holiday Special? Have you seen like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. or any of the other old Netflix shows? I'm very interested to hear your thoughts. WandaVision started off really interesting, though a lot of people, including me, would agree that when you get to the end of WandaVision, it certainly felt disappointing. It felt like there was wasted potential, like the season could have been better and should have been better. It didn't end up being as exciting as it initially seemed. Felt like the people who made that show ended up just doing the most safe and obvious thing imaginable instead of doing the most exciting things they could have done. So the answers you ultimately get ended up feeling disappointing, especially when it comes to Ralph. That felt like it was so exciting at first, and then it was like, oh, really? The payoff is just a dick joke? Seriously? Hey, man. It's good. We're back here.
Sorry for my absence.
It's
I
fine.
apologize.
It's fine. I was just talking about how things have definitely not been as consistent. I think Universal makes good points here that, yeah, the MCU needs to focus on quality rather than quantity.
Right.
When Phase 4 happened, a lot of people would agree that you started to have too much coming out over the span of a year because you had multiple TV shows along with multiple movies. And thus, it's too hard to keep up with all of it. And so it led to people not being as excited because it started to feel like for some of the movies you had to do homework. For example, if we're talking about Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness, a lot of people would agree that a big problem with that movie is you have to watch WandaVision or else it just doesn't make any sense. Because if you jump from the end of Endgame to Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness, it makes no sense. Universal, I did enjoy the first 2 seasons of Mandalorian. Those were really well done. They were very exciting, especially at the end of episode 1 when he got that tease about Baby Yoda or Grogu. It's like, oh, where is this going? That's interesting. And then you get to season 2 and there's a whole lot of cameos. I think that in some ways, season 2 didn't have what was really exciting about season 1, which is all new characters. Yeah, I think it made sense to bring Luke, Bo-Katan, Boba Fett, Ahsoka in the season. That wasn't badly done. It felt like it all made sense, but it still felt like, okay, we're now being inspired by past Star Wars rather than bringing in outside inspiration. Honestly, one of the best things about Skeleton Crew is it actually brings outside inspiration into Star Wars rather than just being inspired by old Star Wars. I hope Disney and Lucasfilm do that more often. Yeah, I think that Universal, when you get to Vader versus Obi-Wan at the end of the Kenobi series, that's exciting. But at the same time, I think you would agree that the writing and execution of the Kenobi TV show was just nowhere near as good as it should have been. I mean, that chase scene in episode 1, it's one of the worst chase scenes that's ever been put into a TV show over the last 10 years, I would say. It's shockingly bad. And you have this little girl who somehow is outrunning all these adults. A guy bumps his head on a tree branch and is like, how could I possibly get around this tree branch right here? That's stupid. You get to Kenobi episode 4. It's like, how is it that Disney put out something this just sloppy? You have a moment where one of our characters open hand slaps a stormtrooper wearing armor. The stormtrooper just falls down. I mean, Obi-Wan thinks he can sneak. Obi-Wan thinks he can sneak Leia out of a hangar by hiding her in his trench coat. That is shockingly stupid.
Yeah.
With all the resources Disney has at their disposal, how do they not think of something better? Yeah, when it comes to the Ahsoka TV show, I would agree, Universal, that Baylan Skoll and Shin Hati were 2 of the most interesting characters in that season. I was like, okay, yeah, I'm interested in spending more time with them, But overall, I felt like the season should have been more exciting than it actually was. Again, it made me feel like I can't really trust Dave Filoni as much as I want to. It doesn't feel to me like he's all that skilled of a writer. He knows how to bring in his characters. He knows how to have moments that are cool in his shows. But there's a difference between doing an animated show like the Clone Wars that's multiple seasons long versus doing a live action show. Those are just two different things. And honestly, I think that at this point you get a feeling that Dave Filoni can't let go of Ahsoka. That's something that irritates me for sure. So at this point, it feels like, Dave Filoni, are you ever going to let Ahsoka die? You just want to keep her around forever? You need to learn one of the key things the Jedi believe in, which is the importance of letting go.
Right.
Feels like Dave Filoni is too reliant on his own characters. Now, I hope that the quality of Star Wars Disney Plus shows goes up, but I'm not all that confident. I know for me, I'm going to wait until all the episodes of Ahsoka Season 2 come out, and then I'll decide for myself, is this season actually worth my time or not? Also, when it comes to Jurassic Park, actually, you mentioned you've seen all 6 movies.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts
My
on...
favorite is the first one.
Yeah, what are some of the things you think that movie does well? What are some of the reasons why it's such a classic?
Well, I like the scientific viewpoint from Ian Malcolm on the whole thing.
Yeah, some of his lines are...
You look past the whole, like, ooh, there's a dinosaur, let's see it and pay some money to go on a tour. You get past that and get into, like, the ethics of it, genetic creation or whatever. And Ian Malcolm was saying, like, it didn't take any discipline to attain it.
Yeah, you didn't put the work in.
Right.
Other people came up with cloning. You didn't come up with that, John Hammond. You saw that other people did the work in order to advance cloning. You decided, we're just going to take it a step further.
Yeah.
Also, I think you'd agree one of the most famous Ian Malcolm lines is, your scientists were so preoccupied with whether or not they could, they didn't stop to think if they should.
Right, that's a good one.
Also, Ian Malcolm makes the point that you wield the most awesome power known to man, but yet you wield it as though you're using a...
Like a kid who's found his dad's gun.
Yeah, exactly. Ian Malcolm makes that point. You didn't have respect or reverence for nature. You took it for granted.
Yeah.
You wield the most awesome power known to man, but you use it like a kid who found his dad's gun. Also, I could agree that Jurassic Park theme from Ian Malcolm, from John Williams, what am I saying? The classic Jurassic...
Score?
Yeah, when trying to say, I think you would agree, the Jurassic Park theme composed by John Williams is so iconic. Right. Everybody remembers that score. It just captures the awe and wonder of seeing dinosaurs for the first time, of seeing that these creatures that were extinct have been brought back.
Right.
One of the things that's interesting is that aside from Ian Malcolm, other characters like Sarah, for example, make the point that dinosaurs went extinct 65 million years ago, and now you're bringing them back. Were they actually meant to coexist with humanity in modern times?
Right.
It's one of the big themes of Jurassic Park. Should dinosaurs actually be brought back?
Yeah.
Can they actually coexist with humanity? Can they coexist with humanity today? Because things have changed a lot over the last 65 million years.
Right.
Also, I think you'd agree, the visuals of Jurassic Park.
Oh, it's great. They use real robots for dinosaurs, and then they use some CGI.
Yeah, that's very true. Universal, it's a good point you make there. Pascal quit Mando, then came back. The stunt actors filmed the scenes when he wasn't there. Yeah, I think there's been some issues with Pedro Pascal's schedule, honestly. When he got to Mandalorian Season 3, it felt like suddenly Din Djarin or the Mandalorian wasn't the most interesting character. Felt like Bo-Katan was suddenly overshadowing him, which felt really strange. Plus, when you get to the payoff at the end of the season, it's like this should be better than it is.
Yeah.
There's a lot of wasted potential here. I think you'd agree that the visuals of Jurassic Park not only are fantastic, but actually hold up better than some movies that have come out over the last 5 years.
Right. Too much CGI.
Just compare the visuals of Jurassic Park to The Flash, a movie that is infamous for its terrible CGI.
I didn't like that movie.
Honestly, I like The Flash. I'm a fan of it. Universal, that's so true. John Williams is a true legend. When you just think about the music that John Williams composed for Star Wars, it's so iconic.
Yeah.
Between Yoda's theme, Leia's theme, the Force theme, the opening crawl score, the asteroid field chase of music for The Empire Strikes Back, the Imperial March, Duel of the Fates, Across the Stars, Anakin versus Obi-Wan, Battle of the Heroes, Padme's Ruminations. Even The Force Awakens has some memorable score. Then even outside of Star Wars, John Williams has done great work. The music he composed for Indiana Jones, Jurassic Park, E.T., Close Encounters of a Third Kind is so iconic. And you'd agree, everybody remembers that Indiana Jones theme. It captures that sense of adventure.
Yeah.
And while I am not as familiar with Close Encounters of a Third Kind as I am with other Steven Spielberg classics, it's still a great movie. I haven't seen it that many times. I actually watched it for the first time within the past few years.
Really?
I've watched E.T., Jurassic Park, first 3 Indiana Jones movies multiple times. What are, Universal, you can sound off on this, what are some of your favorite John Williams pieces of score? I'm very interested. I know he would be too, to hear that. Among the classic, iconic John Williams pieces, what are some of your favorites? Also, when it comes to Jurassic Park 2, The Lost World, I've always thought that there's things about this movie that work. It has some good visuals in it. There's some action that's definitely entertaining.
Yeah.
But I've also always felt like the story and characters are not anywhere near as interesting as the first Jurassic Park movie. Now, to be clear, I've never thought that Jurassic Park 2: The Lost World needed to be as good as the first film.
Yeah.
It didn't need to quite reach that level, but I think the story and characters are more dull in Jurassic Park 2: The Lost World. They're not as interesting or compelling. So even though there's things about that movie that work, it's from Steven Spielberg, who's a classic director.
Yeah.
That movie is one that I've just never been that inclined to rewatch.
Yeah.
So I haven't rewatched Jurassic Park 2: The Lost World in a long time. I don't really have that much desire to rewatch it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Then when it comes to Jurassic Park 3, sure, it's a short movie, so it doesn't overstay its welcome, but I think you agree it gets pretty stupid. I mean, when you see on screen a dinosaur talking, for example, it's like, seriously, what are we doing here? Okay, it's only a dream, but still, you see on screen a raptor talking.
Right.
This is stupid. And then you get to later on in the movie, and you have Alan Grant using this photocopied raptor skull to communicate with the raptors. What?
So how does he know what he's saying, you know? He could be saying, like, eat me or something.
Yeah, it's stupid. And earlier on in the movie, there's this moment where someone has been killed by the Spinosaurus.
Yeah.
The phone is in the guy, and then our main characters literally dig through poop in order to find the phone. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
It feels like we're doing gross out stuff for the sake of being gross.
Yeah.
In the first movie, the moment that's kind of similar to that feels earned. Remember that moment where Sarah finds the sick Triceratops?
Yeah.
There's the poo right
Laura
there.
Dern?
Yeah.
Her name's Ellie.
Yeah, the character's name is Ellie. It's the
Laura
actress.
Dern.
The actress Laura Dern. Oh, I remember Laura Dern being in The Last Jedi. She plays that character Holdo.
Really, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I can't remember that one.
Universal, it's true. The Jaws theme from John Williams, so iconic.
Oh yeah, I love Jaws.
The Superman theme that John Williams composed, so iconic. Star Wars music, so iconic. The Indiana Jones theme, everybody remembers it.
Yeah.
It's interesting to think about it. Jaws and Star Wars A New Hope were some of the first movies to really pioneer the concept of a summer blockbuster.
Right.
So they are absolutely important.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, what year did the original Star Wars come out? Like
the original movie
78?
came out in 1977.
77.
Jaws came out about the same time.
Okay.
I think the Mark Hamill, Carrie Fisher, Harrison Ford, James Earl Jones, pretty much everyone in the cast does a really good job
Yeah.
in A New Hope. But the cast is great for Jaws as well. All the actors and actresses do a great job in that movie.
Shaw,
The character.
really cool. I can't remember the other guys. The three main guys.
Yeah, the main characters of Jaws are done incredibly well. And also, it's interesting if you look this up. Originally, Spielberg intended for the shark to be in Jaws more. But
Really?
then when he and others were trying to actually film the movie, there were problems they ran into with the animatronic, the puppet. It wasn't working as well as they thought it would. It was breaking down. So they realized we can't have the shark in the movie as much as we were planning on. So we got to find a way to get around.
78.
We got to find a way to get around that. Yes, the
And
network right
what
there.
is the password again?
Oh, actually, I'll tell you later.
Yeah. You can just type it in.
Yeah, it's fine. But you think about it, originally the shark was going to be in Jaws more. And then Spielberg and the others realized we need to find some way to get around the problems we're having. So they decided to use the barrels as a way to make sure they didn't have to show the shark that much.
Yeah.
And honestly, it works very well. Because it's scarier sometimes what you don't see as opposed to what you do see.
Right.
And think about the classic movie Psycho in the 1960s.
That's a great one.
Think about the shower scene for a moment. It's so iconic.
Yeah.
The score is just utterly chilling.
Yeah.
Read. Everybody knows
Yeah.
that score. The interesting thing about the shower scene is that not a lot of the violence there is actually shown on screen. Really, none of the violence there is shown on screen. It's all implied or suggested rather than being outright shown. And it works very well because you don't always need to show the violence in order to have an effective scene in a horror movie. And even though Psycho didn't start the slasher craze the way that John Carpenter's Halloween did, Psycho is still an absolutely iconic, classic,
Robert
important
Shaw,
movie.
Roy Scheider, and Richard Dreyfuss.
They're, yeah,
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, John, under Universal, you're right that John Williams did do the score for Home Alone, actually. Sorry. Yeah, I think you'd agree, man. The first two Home Alone movies, directed by Chris Columbus, are iconic. When you either mute your phone or
I'm just gonna turn it off.
Yeah, because it's distracting, honestly. But what I was saying there is, I think you would agree, man, along with Universal here, the first two Home Alone movies directed by Chris Columbus are iconic. They're classic family comedy movies. The John Williams score for Home Alone is iconic. It's fantastic.
Right.
Here's the thing that's interesting, man. There's actually six Home Alone movies. Did you remember that?
I've seen 4 of them, the first 4.
It's interesting. You've seen the first 4. I've only seen the first 2 Home Alone movies. It's funny. There are 6 of these movies, and basically nobody remembers there are that many of them. I mean, everybody remembers the first 2 Home Alone movies, but not a lot of people remember the other 4 movies.
Yeah.
Because, first of all, you had Home Alone 3 that came out quite a good amount of time ago.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people think Home Alone 3 is great. No, pretty much everyone is like, that was a lot worse than the first 2.
Yeah.
And then you have Home Alone 4 and 5, which didn't even get a theatrical release. They just were released straight to video.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are just very apathetic about those movies. It's like, oh, okay, I mean, 2 straight to video Home Alone movies, whatever, who cares?
Yeah.
Then you had Home Sweet Home Alone that came out in 2021. Yikes, that was a big misfire.
Yeah.
Everybody, after watching that movie, is like, how is it that the people made this movie so fundamentally failed to understand what made Home Alone work in the first place?
Right.
Because if you think about it, the comedy of Home Alone works because we're totally fine with these robbers who are bad people. They're trying to hurt a kid or kill a kid,
Right.
get tortured for 20 minutes straight.
Yeah.
The comedy works because we're cool with that due to the fact that we don't like the robbers.
Right.
Like, yeah, you 2 are bad people. You're the ones who are trying to rob this kid, so you brought it on yourselves. We're not supposed to feel sympathy for Harry and Marv at all.
Right.
But then you get to Home Sweet Home Alone, and the people who made that movie made the shockingly bad decision to make the robbers sympathetic. What are we doing here?
Yeah. That's dumb.
You're not understanding at all what made Home Alone work. And plus, our main character, the kid from Home Sweet Home Alone, is really unlikable and irritating, which makes the movie feel more cynical and mean-spirited than the first 2 Home Alone movies did, because Kevin McAllister was a likable character in those movies.
Yeah.
Well, because we're rooting for him and not rooting for the robbers.
Right.
When you get to the end, it's really funny. You see Harry and Marv burn their hand or get their head burned. Yeah, their head gets burned, or they slip and fall on the floor. You step on a nail, and they fall down the stairs. They get their hand burned.
Toy cars.
Yeah, I know. It's really funny.
There's a tarantula in the first one.
Yeah, there is. That's really funny.
Yeah.
One of them gets a tarantula.
Or was it the second one? I can't remember.
The tarantula's in the first Home Alone.
One, that's what I thought.
Yeah, you have Home Alone 2 Lost in New York.
Yeah, I remember that one.
The interesting thing about this movie is on the one hand, if you actually stop and think about it, you go, this is very much like a rehash of the first film. You can just go bullet point by bullet point through the whole movie and see all these elements, these beats from the first film are here once again. So you can go, ooh, this doesn't really work. It's just a rehash of the first film. That's more ridiculous because now you have a kid lost in New York.
Right.
And for some reason, he's bumping into the same people multiple times in New York City.
Right.
That's not realistic at all.
Right.
Also, Harry and Marv just conveniently happen to be in New York City when Kevin is there.
Right.
But here's the thing. As much as you can point to these things that maybe don't work as well about Home Alone 2, the magic, the charm is still there. That's the thing that's most important.
Yeah.
Home Alone 2 still has the charm.
Right.
So a lot of people still watch Home Alone 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Home Alone 2 doesn't actually have a high critic Rotten Tomatoes score.
Oh, really?
But a lot of people still really enjoy Home Alone 2. Because it still has that entertainment value.
Yeah.
You still like Kevin. You're still not rooting for Harry and Marv. It still has the magic. Even though if you want to criticize it, it's not that hard to do so. Now, here's the thing. One of the big reasons a lot of people would agree as to why Home Sweet Home Alone didn't work is that you feel like Disney was just churning out a new Home Alone movie.
Yeah.
Because they went, oh, we purchased Fox, so look at all these things we now have access to. Look at all the franchises we can now continue.
Yeah.
Let's continue them regardless of whether it makes sense or not. So
Yeah.
let's do a new Home Alone movie. Quick. Let's just do it now. Let's just dump it on Disney+.
Yeah.
So they didn't put a lot of effort into it. Just a few years ago, Ice Age Adventures of Buck Wild came out on Disney Plus in January. It feels like that's a cheaper Ice Age movie that Disney just dumped on Disney Plus in order to put more content on their streaming service.
Yeah.
In order to take advantage of the fact that they had access to they have access now to the Ice Age franchise. In fact, actually, just recently it was announced there's going to be an Ice Age 6.
Oh, really? Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, it really is.
I don't think they should do it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Universal, have you seen any of the Ice Age movies? Actually, for that matter, have you seen any of the Pixar, DreamWorks movies? Feel very sound off about that. And also, have you seen any of the Jurassic Park movies other than the first film? When it comes to Jurassic World from 2015, to me, that movie comes off as fan fiction on the big screen.
Right.
I don't think it's a great movie. I think there are a lot of problems with it.
Yeah.
But I can enjoy it because I look at it as dumb, schlocky, fun Jurassic Park fan fiction. Therefore, I still can be entertained by the movie while acknowledging this is pretty stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, the idea that we're going to use dinosaurs in the military, for example, is ridiculous. It makes no sense at all. How would raptors be effective? Because modern human technology like guns would be, or tanks would be a very effective way to counter dinosaurs.
Right.
And also, you think about it, Claire Deering is not likable for a lot of Jurassic World.
Yeah.
Just watch the pitch meeting on YouTube from Ryan George about Jurassic World. He does a great job of pointing out how unlikable Claire is.
Yeah.
At first, she's just the cold-hearted businesswoman that just wants to make money. It doesn't really care about her own nephews.
Right.
That refuses to call an evacuation due to money.
Right.
Then later on, she's like, hey, Chris Pratt, can you help me rescue these two people, even though I don't want to save everyone?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, wow, she's pretty unlikable. And also, you think about it, there's instances in that movie of characters making blatantly stupid decisions. Like, for example, Chris Pratt and the other guy thinking, yeah, let's just stroll right on in to the Indominus Rex pen. Right. Even though we don't know where the Indominus Rex is.
Yeah.
So for all we know, she could be in there. But yeah, let's just stroll on in. What could possibly go wrong? Right. And then to no one's surprise, oh, it actually does go really wrong. And then the big guy decides to open that door, thus letting the Indominus out.
Right.
As how it should have ended points out. Why didn't they have a little small door there that could be opened?
Right.
So that you're not letting the dinosaur out.
Right.
Also, the idea that, hey, Universal, that's a good question. You're asking, what are your future goals with your YouTube channel? I think it had... It's a good question, Universal, actually. What are my future goals with my YouTube channel? Thanks for saying it has a lot of potential.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, Universal only seen the first Jurassic Park movie. I see. That one is the classic, iconic movie. And then everyone agrees that none of the Jurassic Park follow-ups have gotten anywhere close to the quality of the first film. Yeah. I think Jurassic World is the best Jurassic Park follow-up. But I don't think that's a great movie. It's just fun. Now, for me, I'm not planning on doing YouTube as a job, for example, Universal. YouTube is honestly something I do casually because there are things I like talking about, especially when it comes to movies or TV shows. So I like putting my thoughts out there. I hope that I can, get more subscribers. That'd be fantastic, right? I would love it if suddenly I had, 100 more subscribers, for example. But am I thinking that suddenly one of these days I'm just going to wake up in the morning and see that, I have 1,000 subscribers? I'm not expecting that to happen. Hey, if it can happen, fantastic. Universal, if you want to subscribe, go ahead and do that. I'd love it. If you want to spread the word about the YouTube channel, go ahead and do that. I'd
That'd be
love
great.
it. Yeah, it would be great. But I'm not doing YouTube because I expect to make money from it or expect to suddenly just have a ton of subscribers. I have a small amount right now, and quite a good amount of them are people I know in my personal life. I'd love to suddenly get, subscriptions from people that I don't know personally. That would be interesting for sure. But my future goals, honestly, are to talk more about things I enjoy talking about. Devon here does YouTube as well. There's things me and him both like talking about.
Mhm.
It's not that we're interested in exactly the same things, which is fine. There's things I'm more interested in, he's not as interested in, which is totally fine. But as you can tell from this conversation, we definitely like talking about some of the same stuff.
Yeah.
We both like Marvel. We both like Star Wars. Sure, I've seen
Yeah.
more. Sure, I've seen more of the Disney Plus shows than him. So
Yeah,
a bit more.
I haven't seen the TV shows mostly. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah, I'm a bit more invested in Star Wars than he is, but he likes it too, for sure.
I'm not saying I
We-
wouldn't like it. I just haven't seen it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You're open to
Yeah,
watching Star Wars TV shows. Yeah, I just haven't seen a lot of them.
Right.
I think you'd agree that one of the things that really makes the original Jurassic Park work is that you're not sitting there tapping your toes, just waiting impatiently for the dinosaurs to attack. You think about it, the first hour of Jurassic Park isn't about action.
Right.
It's about developing the characters, showing their different perspectives, different worldviews, showing how they all react to dinosaurs being brought back after 65 million years. First act of Jurassic Park is about building up the story. And then when you get to the action, it really works.
Yeah.
When the T-Rex suddenly shows up, it really is cool. In the end, when you have the raptors trying to get the kids in the kitchen, that works so well.
Yep.
Because it's so tense due to the fact that the kids are trying everything they can to just sneak around. They are not going out and attacking the raptors because they know they'd probably get them killed.
Right.
They're just trying to find every way to be sneaky.
Yeah.
And then when you get to that moment of the T-Rex suddenly coming in and saving the day, it's like, oh, yes, this is awesome.
Yeah.
Especially when the Jurassic Park banner falls on the raptor. It's iconic.
Right.
I mean, sure, if you actually think about it, it's fair to point out that, wait a minute, it doesn't make any sense that the T-Rex could suddenly just sneak into the building. The T-Rex is big. The movie makes a point of showing you that every time the T-Rex stomps on the ground, it causes mini earthquakes.
Right.
Remember, right before the T-Rex shows up for the first time, you see those cups shaking.
Yep.
Really builds up
the
the anticipation for when the T-Rex actually shows up.
Right.
So it works very well. But right at the end of the movie, you can point out that, hey, it doesn't make any sense that the big T-Rex just got into the building without anyone noticing and thus surprised them.
Right.
But does it really matter? Is it a big issue with Jurassic Park?
I don't think so.
No, it's not. It's like, okay, this doesn't really make sense, but that's fine. Any issues you can point out with Jurassic Park are basically just nitpicks. They don't really matter. Whereas if the other movies, they do matter more. Here's the thing, man. Since you've actually seen Jurassic World, Fallen Kingdom, and Dominion, as you mentioned earlier, I haven't seen them. Go ahead, go ahead and talk about those movies. What are your thoughts on them?
I mean, it's Claire Deering in both Fallen Kingdom and Dominion. With Chris Pratt, they just kind of continue their relationship. And they adopt this little girl who's like the clone of the scientist. And she's like valuable to the Dr. Wu, who was the Chinese or Asian guy in the first Jurassic Park when they were hatching the eggs with the Velociraptor.
Dr. Wan, yeah, that's
Dr.
who.
Wu.
Dr. Wu, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then Blue from the first Jurassic World as a kid in Dominion, totally immaculate conception kind of thing.
Yeah, that's very true. Honestly, I think you'd agree when you suddenly are introduced to a human clone in Fallen Kingdom, doesn't it feel weird?
Yeah.
Really? We went from dinosaur cloning to human cloning?
Yeah.
It's a leap. And then they don't really do much with her being a clone.
No.
And then when you get to Jurassic World Dominion, you can't help but feel like, oh, they wasted all the potential here. Because remember how at the end of Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, you have that tease about the sequel?
Right.
Remember what happens there?
At the end, when they're talking about the dinosaurs being free.
Yeah, exactly. Fallen Kingdom ends with this big tease about dinosaurs being loose all over the earth.
Right, and that's in Dominion a little bit. Like the CIA is like keeping track of like dinosaur-related accidents or incidents.
Yeah, it's very true.
And they mark them down, and they just, I don't know. I mean, they decided to let the volcano happen and not save the dinosaurs in Fallen Kingdom. So in Dominion, they were asking the ethical question of, should we help these dinosaurs or should we leave them to fend them for themselves?
Yeah, Universal, it's an interesting question. Do I collect anything? Comics, toys, merchandise? I've never been someone who actually enjoys reading comic books themselves. I like comic book movies, TV shows, Marvel, DC, Sony Spider-Man, Fox X-Men, all that kind of stuff. But I certainly don't collect comics. If you're talking about toys specifically, can't really say I've collected very many toys. You're talking about merchandise. I mean, sure, I own some reference books, as I've showed actually during my streams.
I'll be right back.
I have a few reference books, but I don't really have a ton of merchandise, to be honest. I just like watching movies or TV shows. As I just mentioned in the chat, man, I'm not looking to make money from YouTube. I'm not looking to, do this for a job, right? Or something like that. Or just things that I enjoy talking about. So that's why I do videos on YouTube or streams. Also, I know there are other people that do a lot of editing. They'll spend like 5 hours editing a video or stream before posting it. That's not me. I just like to, turn the camera on and talk about whatever it is I want to talk about. When it comes to Jurassic World Dominion, a lot of people, including me, would agree that the movie should have been a lot better than it was, because Fallen Kingdom ended with an interesting tease, and then you get to Dominion, it's like, oh, we're not actually exploring the idea that dinosaurs are all over the earth. We're having Alan Grant run around evil Apple headquarters, and then the dinosaurs are off on a preserve. That's really disappointing. You immediately go, really, we're doing this again? The dinosaurs are separated from the world again? This is a rehash of what we've seen before in this franchise. So it doesn't work very well. Plus, when you think about it, Alan Grant is famous for being an outdoorsy adventurer, but then Dominion, when you have him running around evil Apple headquarters doing corporate espionage, you go, that's a big disappointment. One of the big reasons why I haven't even seen Jurassic World Dominion just doesn't really interest me. I know a lot about it due to watching YouTube videos about it. I just haven't seen the movie. Similarly, Fallen Kingdom doesn't really interest me. Universal, I'm wondering actually, are you excited for Jurassic World Rebirth? Are you looking forward to that movie? Are you planning on seeing it? Feel free to shout out about that. Also, I think it's interesting that in the original Jurassic Park book, John Hammond is not anywhere near as likable as he is in the movie. The movie presents him more as an affable, friendly guy. It feels like, oh, he actually did have good, non nefarious intentions. He wasn't just a greedy corporate businessman looking to make money from dinosaurs. No, feels like he wanted to do something for the world, but unfortunately was very naive and thus didn't take the time to think, okay, I can bring dinosaurs back, but should me and other people do that? Should we actually bring dinosaurs back? Is that morally correct? Instead, Hammond was just thinking, well, we can bring dinosaurs back, so let's do it. In a way, Jurassic Park, if you think about it, explores similar themes that are also explored in the Frankenstein story, because one of the key themes of Frankenstein is this idea that you have a scientist who thinks that, well, I can bring the dead back to life, but he doesn't take the time to think, should I bring the dead back to life? Is this actually morally or ethically correct? So he doesn't realize that, oh, I'm doing something totally unnatural that goes against God's design for this world, because the dead are not meant to come back to life the way that I'm going to do it. Sure, to be fair, doctors in a hospital will, for example, intentionally induce clinical death into a person and then bring them back, but that's not the same as Dr. Victor Frankenstein cobbling together a bunch of pieces from many different dead men and then bringing that to life. He's doing the totally unnatural version of bringing the dead back to life by bringing this monstrous abomination to life that never should have been brought to life. Like how John Hammond and the others didn't think, wait a minute, dinosaurs are not meant to coexist with humanity in modern times. They've been separated from us for a reason. So we shouldn't bring them back. We shouldn't be advancing science in this manner. Honestly, I really hope that Jurassic World Rebirth ends up being good. I would love that, especially because I think Gareth Edwards directed some good movies before, and you have Scarlett Johansson here. She's a good actress. I like what I've seen in the trailers for Jurassic World Rebirth. They brought back a writer who worked on the first two movies. That's certainly encouraging. So I really want us to get a good new Jurassic Park movie. And actually, I'm curious to hear, Universal, what other movies are coming out soon that you're actually excited for? What are the movies that you're anticipating? Feel free to shout out about that. Also, I know for sure that I'm looking forward to Freakier Friday coming out later on this year. I really want that one to be good. And I also am looking forward to Avatar Fire and Ash. Yeah, I think it is depressing that James Cameron has chosen to go off to Pandora rather than actually telling original stories. He had such a good run back in the 80s and 90s. I want James Cameron to go back to that. But having said that, I don't dislike either Avatar movie. I think that Avatar 1 and 2 are both good. They both, of course, made a ton of money at the box office. So I really want Avatar 3 to be good. And I think that Megan 2.0 has potential. I really enjoyed the first Megan. It was really good, especially for a January horror film. So I want Megan 2 to be good. And then I hope that Black Phone 2 ends up being good because I really enjoyed the first Black Phone. I think that Conjuring 4 has potential because the mainline Conjuring films, I think, have been really consistent. So I want that to continue. Plus, you also have the Running Man remake directed by Edgar Wright. I like Edgar Wright as a director, Yeah, I also like the original Running Man movie, and I think there's room for something different. So it could be pretty interesting, to be honest. And also, I really hope Pixar's newest movie, Elio, ends up being good. Pixar has been pretty consistent as a studio. They've, well, easily been more consistent than DreamWorks, for example. And so hope that Lilo and Stitch live action ends up being good because I really enjoy the original Lilo and Stitch. So I think that a new one could be good, especially because I think that Lilo and Stitch is one of these stories that can work live action. It's not like Lion King, which doesn't work very well live action. And also, I think that Jurassic Park 2 The Lost World, the book, is not as interesting. It's like the story and characters aren't as good. Actually, one of the differences between the original Jurassic Park movie and the book is that, well, the end of the book, the island is actually bombed by the military. The main island is gone at the end of the first book, but at the end of the first movie, our heroes just go away on a helicopter, so the island is still around. Plus, in the original book, John Hammond is actually directly attacked by a dinosaur, whereas in the original Jurassic Park movie, John Hammond is never directly attacked by a dinosaur. Plus, in the original book, John Hammond is nowhere near as affable or friendly as he is in the movie. He comes off as more of a shady businessman who doesn't really seem to be all that concerned about his family. Plus, he's not taking any responsibility or accountability for his own actions. He just blames it on other people. So you're more irritated by this guy. And I was actually just saying that in the original Jurassic Park book, John Hammond comes off as more of a shady businessman.
Right, with nefarious motivations.
Yeah, he comes off as more of that kind of guy.
Yeah.
He doesn't really seem to be all that concerned about his grandkids. He blames everyone else instead of taking any responsibility or accountability for his own actions. Right. Whereas in the movie, he comes off as an affable, friendly guy.
Right.
Does seem to be more concerned about his grandkids. It doesn't feel like he had any nefarious motives when starting Jurassic Park. You don't feel like he was just a shady businessman. Plus, in the book, John Hammond is actually attacked by a group of small dinosaurs, whereas in the movie, he isn't.
Yeah.
And you remember at the end of the first book, the main island is bombed by the military?
Yep.
So it's just taken off the map.
Right.
Whereas in the movie, the island is left intact at the end of the first film. And then when you get to Jurassic World, you learn, oh, they built a new park at the original island. Right. Actually,
and they showed some of the old park in the Jurassic World. They showed the room where the banner fell and the T-Rex was roaring at the end of the first Jurassic Park.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing.
The kid actually, what's his name? Not the actor, but the character's name. Can you remember their names?
In Jurassic World,
it was
Zach and Gray.
Zach and Gray, yeah. So I think it was Zach. Zach picked up the banner.
Yeah.
In the first Jurassic Park that fell and lit that on fire.
Yeah, Zach and Gray.
I thought that was cool. I don't know. I thought it was cool that they kind of added that into there.
Yeah, I agree.
Reminded us about the old one.
Yeah, it's like how in Jurassic World you see a statue of John Hammond.
Right.
In fact, John Hammond's actually mentioned during the movie. Universal, I'm looking forward to The Amateur, The Accountant 2, and The Karate Kid. Did you remember there's a new Karate Kid movie coming out this year?
Karate Kid actually talked about that earlier.
Yeah, have you seen the Karate Kid movies?
I've seen the one with the old 80s or 90s one.
You've seen the original with Ralph Macchio, as well as
and
Noriyuki Pat Morita.
Right. Yeah,
It played
that one.
Daniel.
That's the only one I've seen, though.
I've always thought that Karate Kid 2 is actually a good sequel to the original Karate Kid. I'm a fan of that movie, but then Karate Kid Part 3, not very good. You'd have a hard time finding someone who's going to tell you, oh, I love Karate Kid 3, just as good as the first two movies.
Right.
No, pretty much everyone agrees it's nowhere near as good. Terry Silver is a cartoonishly evil villain in that movie.
Right.
Then you have the next Karate Kid, which nobody remembers. Then you have the Karate Kid 2010 remake with Jackie Chan and Jaden Smith.
Right.
You've seen
His
that
son?
one? Yeah. Son of Will Smith, exactly. Sounds like you haven't seen the 2010.
I have seen that one.
Oh, so you've seen the original Karate Kid and the 2010 remake?
I prefer the original Karate Kid.
I think there are things about Karate Kid 2010 that work, but there's also too many one-to-one parallels, too many similarities.
Yeah.
I hope that Karate Kid Legends end up being good. Honestly, Universal, I'm not very familiar with Amateur. I don't really know what that movie's about. Do you know about this one, man? Do you know that there's a movie called Amateur? It's gonna be
I've
coming out.
never even heard of it.
Do you know The Accountant 2 is coming out?
I've heard of The Accountant. I never saw it, though.
Oh, what do you know about it?
I don't know anything about it.
Oh, I see. You just have heard the movie did.
I've heard the name The Accountant.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm not really familiar with that one either. Have you seen any of the Cobra Kai TV show?
No.
I think a lot of people, including me, would agree.
Cobra Kai was the original, bad guy, right?
Original Bad Dojo. Yeah,
Dojo.
exactly. The original
Yeah.
movie. It's headed by John Kreese.
Right.
Guy who's like, strike first, strike hard, no mercy.
Yeah.
He's a very serious, intense guy
Right.
who's training this karate dojo and takes it really seriously.
Right.
I think the Cobra Kai TV show overall is really good. No, it's not a perfect show. There's some flaws with it. There are things that could have been handled better, but overall it has a lot to offer. One of the best things about the TV show is that it takes the character of Johnny Lawrence, who's just the bully in the first film. Remember that character?
Yeah, I remember him.
Guy who's at the beach, beats up Daniel.
Yeah, he knows karate or a little karate, and he takes on this kid.
Yeah, then at the end, he fights against Daniel in the tournament.
Yeah.
He ends up losing.
Yeah.
There's not very many layers to him in the original movie. Mostly he's just the bully. But what Cobra Kai does is it fleshes out his character, helps you to understand why it is he was attracted to John Kreese and Cobra Kai. It shows you what was happening to him at home. So you understand that he wasn't just mean for the sake of being mean. There were reasons why he was the bully in the first film. And actually, throughout the show, you see Johnny grow up, become a better person, get his life back in order. Right at the beginning of the show, he's basically just a loser living in the past who who doesn't have everything figured out. He doesn't have much of a life at all. Right at the beginning of the show, he's just working a dead-end job that he's not very happy with. He's estranged from his family. But then throughout the show, you see him repair his relationship with his family, find a better job, also have his place be more neat and organized. Right at the beginning of the show, you see that he's living alone. He doesn't really keep things very clean at all, but you see that change as the show goes on. So by the end, it's like, oh, that's so sweet that Johnny actually is a lot happier than he was previously. So he's putting the work in to actually get his life back on track, repair his relationship with his family. Like, more and more as the show goes on, he realizes the mistakes he's made before. He realizes, I need to do everything I can to make things right. Also, the thing that makes Johnny really funny as a character is he's so different from Mr. Miyagi. Remember, Mr. Miyagi is that wise, calm, collected mentor who has everything figured out, who knows karate, who's a really kind guy, ends up being like Daniel's father, especially because Daniel doesn't have a father figure in his life. He just has his mom. So Mr. Miyagi ends up being both that mentor and father figure. And actually, Cobra Kai TV show does a great job of being respectful to Mr. Miyagi. It honors both the character of Mr. Miyagi as well as the actor who sadly isn't with us anymore.
Right.
Noriyuki Murati has passed on at this point. And the show feels very much like it's a tribute to him.
Right.
And also, it's pretty funny that Johnny Lawrence in the show is this very politically incorrect relic from the 80s that's
Yeah.
interacting with modern day politically correct high school teenagers. So throughout the show, you hear Johnny say things that are very inappropriate.
Really?
It works because you're like, yeah, it makes sense that Johnny would say that. He hasn't really learned how to interact with people.
Right.
He has a kind of mindset that worked well in the 80s, but doesn't work as well anymore.
Yeah.
In season 1, for example, he's talking to a kid that has asthma. At one point, he says, I want you to take your asthma and your peanuts and all that other made up BS out of here. Do you understand? At one point, he says to, at Universal, a lot of people are talking about Final Destination movie. I've seen actually a good amount of horror films at this point. I haven't actually seen any of the Final Destination films. But
I've never seen any of the Final Destination films.
I'm wondering, man, are you looking forward to the next Conjuring movie or Black Phone 2 or Megan 2? Any of the other horror films that are coming out this year? I'm actually excited for all those movies I just mentioned. I know that the more recent Final Destination movies haven't gotten very good reviews. I hope for that reason that this new one can end up being good, but I'm not very invested in it at this point. But I'm wondering, are there other movies that you're looking forward to that are coming out this year? Oh, yeah, I hope that Lilo and Stitch ends up being good.
We're actually planning on going to see that.
Yeah, have you seen the early 2000s Disney animated movie Lilo and Stitch?
Yes, I loved it.
I think it's pretty fun. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I love it.
What would you say the premise of that movie is?
Premise?
Yeah, what's the premise of Lilo and Stitch?
I don't know. It's been so long since I've seen it.
Then
hard to remember, honestly.
That's fine. I'll remind you. The premise of Lilo and Stitch is you have all these aliens out there. There's this galactic federation.
Right.
You have this evil scientist, the evil mad scientist that creates this creature called Stitch.
Yeah.
A lot of the other aliens are like part of the Galactic Federation think that what you're doing is wrong. You created a monster, an abomination.
Right.
Then this creature ends up being sent to Earth.
Yeah.
The creature ends up meeting this little girl named Lilo who has a big sister, but not actually parents.
Right.
Lilo and this creature who she names Stitch end up getting along with each other. Lilo actually helps this creature to see himself as something more than a monster or an abomination. She actually is kind to this creature and names him Stitch. And then there actually are several follow-ups to the original movie that are on Disney Plus, though they didn't get a theatrical release. And then you have this Lilo and Stitch TV show that is on Disney Plus. Now, man, at this point, there's been a lot of Disney live-action remakes.
Right, lots.
Yeah, there's been a lot of them, and many people, including me, would agree that there are some good ones, like 2016 Jungle Book, for example. I think that one is actually better than the 1967 Disney animated movie Jungle Book.
Have you seen Rudyard Kipling's version?
Yeah, the interesting thing, if you think about it, about Rudyard Kipling's Jungle Book from 1994 is it's not a direct remake of the 1967 Disney animated movie Jungle Book. it's a different version of that story.
Yeah.
Especially because we see actually Mowgli as an adult. He doesn't just remain a kid throughout the runtime.
Right.
And it's not primarily about the animals. Rudyard Kipling's Jungle Book has a lot of the iconic names in there, Baloo, Bagheera, Shere Khan.
Yeah.
But it's not primarily about Mowgli being hunted down by Shere Khan and trying to survive. It's instead more about Mowgli trying to learn how to interact with other humans.
Yeah.
How to actually behave more like a human and less like an animal.
Right.
By the end of that movie, you see Mowgli gain a balance between being a human and being part of the jungle. You know,
Yeah.
so that one is more of an adventure film, especially because there's treasure that factors into that movie.
Right.
And you also have a movie called Mowgli Legend of the Jungle. It's on Netflix, but I'm pretty sure that one isn't put out by Disney. I think some other studio made that film.
Okay.
Also, I think the 2015 Cinderella live action movie directed by Kenneth Branagh.
Really?
I actually prefer it to the original Cinderella.
Really?
I like how it really fleshes out the prince and makes him a much more three-dimensional character than he is in the original Disney animated Cinderella. If you think back. Yeah, Universal, if you're talking about Spider-Man, for one, we know that we're getting Spider-Man Brand New Day.
Yeah.
Getting a fourth Tom Holland Spider-Man film in the MCU.
Nice.
Plus, we also know we're getting the third animated Spider-Verse movie. It's going to be called Beyond the Spider-Verse.
Beyond the Spider-Verse.
Have you seen either Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse or Across the Spider-Verse?
I haven't.
I'd very much recommend them. They're fantastic movies. Across the Spider-Verse is very interesting and creative animation that really pops. Yeah. Plus, it actually uses animation to convey emotion, especially during one scene where you have these bleeding backgrounds.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So it's not like a Pixar animated movie like Elemental.
Right.
When you watch Elemental, you go, this animation's very well done. Of course, a lot of work has gone into it. But it's not creative animation. It's fairly standard 3D animation that a lot of the major studios like Pixar, DreamWorks, or Illumination use. Across the Spider-Verse, Mitchell's versus the Machines, or Puss in Boots: The Last Wish have interesting and creative animation. Now, Universal, I'm wondering, are you looking forward to Beyond the Spider-Verse? You're probably excited for Spider-Man Brand New Day, right? Because a lot of people would agree that the Spider-Man MCU films have been good. I think Spider-Man Far From Home is not as strong as No Way Home or Homecoming. I have a few more issues of that film, but I don't think it's the weakest movie in the MCU, and I think it's pretty cool. Universal, they are doing a Legend of Zelda movie, 2027.
Really?
You know the character Zelda?
Yeah.
Have you played Smash Bros. Before?
I have played Smash Bros. Link.
Yeah. It's interesting, Universal, you brought this up. Live-action Snow White came out pretty recently.
Yeah, it's out in theaters right now.
Yeah, have you seen the original 1937 Disney animated movie, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs?
Yes.
Is it one you grew up with?
Yes,
nostalgia?
Yes, definitely.
This is interesting. You and me are different in this regard, because the first time I remember watching Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs in 1937 was within the past few years. I think the past 2 years.
Yeah, that's a childhood memory.
Yeah.
It's been so long since I've seen it, though.
It's
been like 5, 6, 7 when I saw it for the first time.
Oh, I see. You haven't rewatched it recently.
No,
right?
It's been a long time.
Here's the thing and understand about live action Snow White. There was a lot of controversy around this movie, a lot of bad headlines. It was a PR nightmare because one of the actresses involved in the film, Rachel Zegler, made these comments about the original Snow White that were very ill-advised, where she talked about how the original film is dated, it's a product of its time, we're going to modernize Snow White for the 21st century. On the one hand, if you think about it, you go, yeah, things have changed since 1937. Right. So it makes sense to modernize Snow White. Would you agree?
The last Snow White I saw was with Kristen Stewart. Snow White and the Huntsman.
Yeah, that came out not
That
long
was-
ago, but
I thought that was all right.
that one isn't from Disney. I'm pretty sure a
Well-
different studio put that movie out.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, this year in theaters, we got a new live action Snow White film from Disney, remake of their 1937 classic movie.
Really?
Rachel Zegler made these comments about the original film, and on the one hand, you go, well, yeah, it makes sense. You'd want to modernize Snow White because we're now in the 21st century. The original film is pretty basic, honestly.
Yeah.
It's just pretty simple when it comes to the story and characters. But here's the problem, however. Rachel Zegler did not communicate her thoughts in a good way because the tone was all wrong. Problem is, she made these comments in a way that made her seem very arrogant. Really, Rachel, you're talking down to a classic, iconic movie, even though you don't have the resume to talk down to the first theatrically released Disney animated movie.
Yeah.
You have to acknowledge that 1937 Snow White, first theatrically released Disney animated movie. So it's important. Of course, it's an iconic classic.
Yeah.
You can't take that away from it. Yes, it is true. The movie came out a while ago. It's more simple. So it's not a movie that I'm looking to rewatch anytime soon. But if you're going to talk about the original Snow White, do so in a respectful way with the right tone.
Right.
Rachel Zegler didn't have the right tone. She came off as very smug and snarky. Felt like she was going, oh, remember 1937 Snow White? Oh, what a dated movie. It's such a product of its time. Remember the prince? He's such a creepy stalker. That's weird. That's weird. See what I mean?
Wow.
It was very ill-advised.
Yeah.
She didn't communicate her thoughts in the right way. And then on top of that, when people saw how the dwarves looked in the trailers, they were like, oh, no, this looks bad.
Yeah.
So because of that, and because we know that Disney delayed the movie, ended reshoots, there was a lot of negative publicity going into the new Snow White. It feels like a lot of people would agree watching the movie. It's not as bad as the negative PR would suggest,
Yeah.
but it's not great either. There's not a lot of people who are saying, oh, I loved the new Snow White film. There's little girls who are saying something like that, sure.
Yeah.
But a lot of people who are older, I would say, fall more into that category of, oh, I mean, yeah, the movie was fine. It was
Yeah.
decent. It was okay. Not terrible. Not the worst Disney live action remake.
Yeah.
But it's not all that good. And a lot of people have been talking about how the dwarves look in the actual movie. You're going to hear a lot of people saying, oh, the dwarves looked awful.
Yeah.
It was absolute nightmare fuel. The dwarves looked terrifying.
Yeah.
They looked like their skin was rubbery or waxy.
Oh, really?
Felt like their eyes were dead. So
Yeah.
especially when you put them right next to actual humans, you really see it. To Rachel's credit, the girl sings well. Unfortunately, the movie wasn't very good. I'm not surprised to hear you say that, Universal, because it feels to me like that's what a lot of people are saying. A lot of people are saying, okay, Rachel Zegler is a talented singer. She didn't communicate her thoughts in a good way. It really drew a lot of negative attention to the movie.
Yeah.
But she has talent as an actress and singer. But yeah, Universal, a lot of people are saying the movie isn't that good. It's not the worst or most cynical Disney live action remake, but it doesn't really have all that much to offer. For me personally, after seeing how people are talking about the new Snow White, I was like, I just don't want to see this movie.
Yeah.
Inherently, because of my thoughts about the original 1937 Snow White, a new Disney live action version of Snow White is not a movie I'm inherently drawn toward all that much.
Yeah.
Not what I gravitate to naturally. Yeah, Universal consensus was very disappointing. That's a good way to phrase it, honestly. The movie doesn't have a very good Rotten Tomatoes score. Not a lot of people are saying it's great.
Yeah.
Maybe they're saying that, yeah, the movie's decent. It has some things to offer, but it doesn't really have all that much to offer. And the box office performance, ooh, yikes, very disappointing.
Yeah.
Especially for a Disney live action remake. Especially when you remember that back in 2019, live action Aladdin, live action Beauty and the Beast, and live action Lion King just raked in money at the box office. They
Right.
performed incredibly well. Even though, if you talk to pretty much anybody about 2019 Lion King,
Yeah.
you're going to go, that movie is nowhere near as good as the 1994 version of The Lion King.
Yeah.
I'm never going to actually rewatch live action Lion King.
Right.
It's far inferior to the original 1994 movie. So if I'm going to watch The Lion King, I'm going to watch the fantastic, iconic movie from 1994 that's held up over the passage of time. I'm not going to watch the fake live action, but in actuality animation remake that's just a beat for beat copy of the original film, but without any of the life, energy, or charm that the original Lion King had.
Yeah.
The fundamental problem with doing a fake live action, but in reality animation version of the Lion King is that because animals in the real world don't show emotion on their faces the way that humans do,
Yeah.
when you do fake live action Lion King, the animals cannot emote. Yeah, it's true, Universal. Captain America Brave New World wasn't received all that well.
I didn't think it looked that good. I didn't go see it.
A lot of people would agree that Captain America Brave New World is not the worst MCU film. There are some things that work. It's a bit better than I was expecting, but not a lot of people are saying Captain America Brave New World is great. A lot of people would agree that there is issues with that movie. You can tell that Marvel Studios did reshoots for this movie.
Yeah.
You can tell that the team they got working on it isn't very good. Captain America Brave New World is directed by the same guy who directed Cloverfield Paradox, which is an infamously terrible movie.
Yeah.
And on top of that, Marvel Studios got the writing team from Falcon and the Winter Soldier to do Captain America Brave New World.
Yeah.
But a lot of people would agree Falcon and the Winter Soldier is one of the weaker Marvel Disney Plus shows that should have been a lot better than it was. Honestly, Universal, I think you'd agree that while there's been some good Disney live action remakes, overall, it feels very cynical. It's a good question you put here, actually. Do you both still feel Rotten Tomatoes is credible with its rating system? How could it improve? That's a good question. How do you improve Rotten Tomatoes? I'm not sure. No, I agree with your friend. I also enjoyed both Snow White and Huntsman movies. It's good to hear. I'm wondering, Universal, actually, have you seen the movie Snow White, Tale of Terror?
I haven't.
That one,
Not myself, no.
I see. I actually, to be honest, enjoy Snow White, A Tale of Terror more than the 1937 Snow White movie.
Yeah.
Now, on an objective, logical level, you could argue, is Snow White, Tale of Terror actually better than 1937 Snow White? You can make a very good argument. It's not actually better than the original film. I won't really disagree with you, but emotionally, I think that Snow White Tale of Terror is more enjoyable than the original Snow White film. Yeah, I'm going to actually post in the comments here, Universe. So it's good to hear that you have seen Snow White and Huntsman. I'm going to actually ask here, Anne, have you seen Snow White Tale of Terror? The interesting thing about Snow White Tale of Terror, man, is it actually has Sigourney Weaver in it, who's famous for being Ellen Ripley in the Alien franchise, and also it has Sam Neill in it, who's famous for being Alan Grant
in Jurassic Park.
Yeah. Oh, I see, Universal. You haven't seen Snow White Tale of Terror. I really enjoyed Snow White Tale of Terror because it's a more dark adult version of Snow White that has more to it. If you think back to the original 1937 Snow White, obviously it's an important movie. You can't take that away from it. But when you think about The Prince, for example, the prince is totally forgettable in the original Snow White film because, well, he's an unnamed random guy who we know nothing about. And also, think for a minute about the romance between Snow White and the prince in the original movie. Very shallow and superficial version of romance because the two of them don't even talk once. The prince just sings to her, and then she runs away and tells the dwarves about how charming the prince is. And then we as the audience see Snow White take a bite out of the poisoned apple and then fall asleep. After that, the prince just randomly stumbles across Snow White in the woods. Keep in mind, he was not around when Snow White took a bite out of the poisoned apple. We saw that, but he didn't. And also, it's not like we see on screen the prince actually get told what's going on with Snow White. We don't see the dwarves, tell the prince what's going on at the end of the original Snow White movie. No, the prince just randomly stumbles across this girl that he sang to once in the woods and is like, yeah, I'm totally gonna kiss her. And then she wakes up and they ride off into the sunset to live happily ever after. I'm actually going to put in the chat right here. I really enjoyed Snow White Tale of Terror because it's a more dark adult version of Snow White that isn't as basic as the 1937 film is. Here's the thing, man. I of course have respect for the 1937 Snow White movie because it's important. But is it a movie I would ever want to rewatch? No, it's not. Yeah, Universe, so it is, in a way, like Maleficent. There's a bad character in Snow White Tale of Terror that has magic. So kind of like Maleficent, yeah. I think that the first Maleficent movie has things about it that work, as many people have talked about. Angelina Jolie is good in the lead role. But the problem for me is that fundamentally I disagree with the idea of turning Snow White into a misunderstood anti-hero. I don't like that at all because I want Maleficent to be a villain. Simple as that. I don't want her to be reframed as a misunderstood character. That's the problem I have with Cruella as well. The movie has merit to it. As many people have talked about before, the cast is actually solid. I respect that the director had a vision for the movie and stuck to it. But fundamentally, I want Cruella to be a villain. Simple as that. I do not want her to be framed as sympathetic or understandable at all. No, no, no. Cruella is supposed to be a rotten and despicable character. Oh, it's interesting. I'm not into dark perspectives. There's too much darkness in this world and now the entertainment industry. Okay, that's interesting. I think that when you look at the entertainment industry, there's a lot of fun, lighthearted movies that come out. You have darker movies that come out, of course. There's horror movies that come out, but you also have animated movies that are being released along with just live action, family oriented movies. And in regards to there being too much darkness in the world, well, of course, there's bad things that happen in the world, but I like going to movies as a way to escape from the real world, to be honest. When it comes to Disney live action remakes, I think that some of them have really not been good, especially Pinocchio from 2022. That one was not good at all, especially because the director, Robert Zemeckis, was just a McDonald's manager putting out generic corporate product for a big studio. He didn't have a vision for live action Pinocchio or anything like that. No, no, no. He was just put into the Disney live action remake assembly line. Just was a McDonald's manager putting out the movie that Disney wanted him to put out, not putting out the movie that he wanted to do. Plus, when you watch 2022 Pinocchio, it has no bite or teeth at all. When you get to the end, it's actually confusing and muddled. Plus, I think that the way Pinocchio looks in the live action remake doesn't work as well. Let's go question Universal. Have I seen Hansel and Gretel Witch Hunters? I have not seen Hansel and Gretel Witch Hunters. What is that actually? Is that a TV show, a movie? Feel free to shout out in the comments about that. Are you talking about a movie, TV show? How recently did it come out? What's it about? I've not heard of it before right now. I will say not long ago I watched this show called Once Upon a Time. It's on Disney Plus. There's a little bit of Hansel and Gretel in there. I really enjoyed that show. It manages to take all these Disney characters and really flesh them out much more than you can do in a movie. It's a 7-season long TV show. The episodes are 40 minutes long. There's 20 episodes per season. So you can tell that there's a lot of time there. And so it's able to take all this Disney stuff and flesh it out a whole lot more. Plus, the TV show actually is able to take villainous characters like the evil queen from Snow White or the Wicked Witch from the Wizard of Oz or Captain Hook from Peter Pan and actually flesh them out a whole lot more. The show actually has the time to show you that these characters have more depth and nuance to them, so it's not as simple or clear cut as just they are bad guys, they are villains. No, it's more complicated than that. You actually see them change for the better throughout the course of the show, and it works because you have so much more time than a movie. Also, I know Famke Jensen as an actress. I think she was in the X-Men movies. I have not seen the last Witch Hunter with Vin Diesel. Is Witch Hunter a series of movies, Universal? If you could tell me about that, I'd really be interested. Oh, so you're talking about 2 movies. Okay, I know Vin Diesel as an actor, that's for sure. I mean, he's Groot in the MCU. I haven't actually seen Fast and the Furious, but I definitely know him as an actor. That is for sure. Actually, I'm curious, Universal, what are some of your favorite actors and actresses? Feel free to tell me about that in the comments. What are some names that you know very well? Or you could also mention what are some of your favorite directors? Or what are some of your favorite movies and TV shows? I know that Hansel and Gretel, along with some older stories, are definitely dark. I mean, you look at stories put out by the Grimm brothers, they can be pretty dark. If you think about the original Little Mermaid story from Hans Christian Andersen, it's definitely different than Disney's version of Little Mermaid. That is for sure. Because in Hans Christian Andersen's version of Little Mermaid, our main character suffers. And also there's some pretty obvious religious symbolism in the original Little Mermaid story that's not present in Disney's version of the story, which isn't at all surprising. Honestly, I think that the Disney live action version of Little Mermaid is one of the better Disney live action remakes. I think that it's not the strongest one of these movies. There's some issues with it, but I think that it gets a good amount of things right. It's able to flesh out the romance, for example, more so than in the original Little Mermaid. And I think you'd agree if you look back to the 90s. Lion King, Beauty and the Beast, Little Mermaid, and Aladdin are all classics.
Yeah, definitely.
Those are all ones that everybody.
Oh, yeah, those are childhood favorites.
Yeah,
me, anyway. Growing up, we had like 100 Disney DVDs on VHS.
I used to own movies on VHS. Actually, I know Nicolas Cage as an actor, Universal, that's for sure, because Nicolas Cage is a national treasure. And he
was
actually,
in The Knowing. He was in Face Off.
yeah, he's done other movies as well. And he played Ghost Rider in two different
Yeah.
Ghost Rider movies. Plus, Nicolas Cage played Dracula in the movie Renfield that
I
came
never
out
saw that one.
not long ago. I'm wondering, Universe, so are you familiar with the show The Witcher, which is on Netflix, that has Henry Cavill in it? I've seen The Witcher, actually. I think that's a really good show. And also, I've seen this Witcher movie that's on Netflix as well. I think you would agree, man, that all four of those Disney Renaissance classics have iconic songs to them.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like if you think about Lion King, for example, you have Be Prepared, Circle of Life, I
Yeah.
Just Can't Wait to Be King, Hakuna Matata.
Yeah, good songs. All good songs.
Yeah, and also the score from Hans Zimmer that's in The Lion King is top notch.
Yeah.
Just phenomenal score. I mean, just listen to the score that's being played during the scene where Mufasa dies.
Yeah.
Or the score that's being played when Simba sees his dad in the clouds for the first time in years.
Right.
It just pulls out that emotion from the audience.
Right.
And also, you think about Beauty and the Beast. You have iconic songs in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
What are some of the songs?
I think my favorite is probably Wait to Be King.
Oh, that's from
Can't
The
Wait to
Lion
Be
King.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Beauty and the Beast.
Oh,
the other Disney
I
Renaissance
don't
classic.
remember that one.
Oh, you have iconic songs
I
there
haven't seen that
too.
one as much.
Oh, I see. Well, you
I
have
have seen it.
Yeah, you have songs like Belle, Gaston, Tales Oldest Time, Be Our Guest. Everybody
I remember
knows.
Be Our Guest.
Yeah, it's a utterly iconic song.
Yeah.
Then if you think about Aladdin, that one has iconic songs as well.
Yeah.
Do you remember songs from that movie?
It's been a long time, man.
I'll remind you, you've never had a friend like me, sung by the genie.
Yep,
Robin Williams played the
love
genie in the original Aladdin.
it.
Robin
Yeah.
Williams isn't with us anymore, which is
Right.
sad because he was such a talented actor.
I loved Robin Williams.
Have you seen Mrs. Doubtfire before?
Yes.
That's a good movie. I think you'd
Yes.
agree.
I love that movie.
It manages to both be really funny, but also have a solid emotional core to it as well.
Right.
And you think about the movie Hook, directed by Steven
That's a great
Spielberg.
one.
Robin Williams is great in that movie.
Yep.
Plus, you think there's a movie called Flubber that
Yes,
came out
I've
in the 90s.
seen that one.
I think that's a funny movie.
That's a funny movie.
There are problems with it, but it also can be really funny, especially when you get to the end of the movie. You have all the shenanigans that are going on with the Flubber goo.
Right.
That's really funny.
Yeah.
And also, you have the Night of the Museum movies, which have Robin Williams.
I saw
in
the
them.
first one.
Yeah, he plays Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah.
Robin Williams is really good in that movie. Actually, Flubber is one of these movies I used to own on VHS tape. Back in the day, I had Sound of Music,
Mhm.
Beauty and the Beast, Lion King, Wizard of Oz, 1939,
Mhm.
Black Beauty from 1994, Flubber, Snow Dogs,
I
the
love
Muppet movie.
Snow Dogs.
Yeah,
I think that's really funny.
have you seen
What's
the
his
Muppet?
name?
Have you seen the Muppet movie?
I haven't. No.
Cuba Gooding Jr. is in Snow Dogs. Universal, yeah, what are some of your favorite actors, directors, and producers? If you remember some of those names, go ahead and tell us. I'm very interested. We're both very interested to
wanna
hear.
know who your favorite actors and directors are.
Honestly, man, let's think about this. What are some of the big directors that have done classic, iconic movies?
Steven Spielberg, James Cameron.
Yeah, what are the classic movies that James Cameron has directed?
Titanic. The Abyss.
Yeah, and he also did these movies of Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'll Be Back.
Oh, Terminator.
Yeah, Terminator
Oh,
1
yeah.
and 2 are
Oh,
from
I
James
love
Cameron.
Terminators. I love all the Terminators.
I think that some of the Terminator movies, like the first two, are
I have
stronger than the rest.
Yeah.
Then your Terminator Free Rise of the Machines, not very good. It's a rehash of the original two movies
Right.
without being as good. Plus, there's really misplaced attempts at humor. But
Yeah.
then Terminator Salvation is one I've always really enjoyed, and I think deserves more credit than it actually gets.
Yeah.
And Terminator Genesis, I think, is fun as big budget Terminator fan fiction,
Yeah.
but it's not actually very good. It's pretty stupid.
Oh, really?
Time travel logic is needlessly convoluted.
Yeah.
Then you get to Terminator Dark Fate. This is one I actually enjoy and I think deserves more credit than it gets.
Yeah.
Well, going back to James Cameron, he also directed a famous movie with Sigourney Weaver in it.
Oh, Aliens.
As Aliens, the second one.
Oh, the
Yeah,
second one.
he
love
did
the
that
second
movie.
one.
Yeah, it's great. It's an
Yeah.
example of how to do a sequel right. Because
Yeah.
Aliens changes things up from the first Alien. The first Alien is a slower paced movie. It's more of a haunted house movie set in space.
Right.
Whereas Aliens is more of a sci-fi horror action movie. You have the Marines going up against the aliens.
Right.
And also, what are some of the other big directors? Oh, some of my favorite movies are some of the most underrated movies of all time. Equilibrium with Bale. Do you know the movie Equilibrium?
I don't.
I don't really know that one either. Glory. Yeah, that's a sports movie. It's one. I'm thinking of Glory Road, actually. Glory Road's a sports movie about basketball. I don't know if I'm familiar with the movie Glory. The World, the Flesh, and the Devil. Huh.
I don't know that one.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that movie either. I think that on a logical level, Titanic is obviously a fantastic movie. That's one of the best movies out there.
Right.
But on an emotional level, is Titanic the movie? I've seen that many times. No, it isn't. I watched it for the first time within the past few years.
Really?
So there are other movies that I've rewatched a lot that I've seen many more times than I have Titanic.
I agree, Universal.
Yeah, T1
Terminator 1 and Terminator 2 were awesome.
The interesting thing about the original Terminator, if you think about it, is that it's very much a genre blender. I think about it for a moment. What are all the genres that are in Terminator 1?
I don't know.
Well, you have sci-fi in there because time travel, robots. You also have horror in there because you have an unstoppable monster, that being the Terminator, going out and killing people in the order of the phone book.
All right.
Plus, you have romance in there, Sarah Connor and Kyle Reese. Yeah. You also have action in there. So it combines all these different things together.
Right.
Yeah, I agree, Universal. Batman Begins and The Dark Knight are just great movies. The OT Star Wars trilogy is great. Me and him have actually talked on air about the original Star Wars trilogy. I think we both agree that New Hope and Empire Strikes Back, fantastic movies.
Yeah.
And Return of the Jedi, a good conclusion to that trilogy. I still like that film. I think it's good, but I think it has more problems when compared to A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back. Those are tighter movies, whereas Return of the Jedi has fantastic moments in there. It has great John Williams music. There's moments that hit incredibly hard. But I think there are more problems with it, though. When it comes... Hey, Lego Gambit, glad you could come on in here as well. Yeah, feel free to sound off in the comments. You can talk about whatever it is you want to talk about. We like interacting with people in this way. I think Terminator 2 is an example of how to do a sequel right.
Yeah,
Wouldn't you agree?
I agree.
Because it's not a rehash of the original Terminator.
Right.
Terminator 2 goes in a more action direction with the franchise.
Right.
It really makes everything bigger. It's more of a big budget sci-fi action blockbuster that has some horror elements in there. Yeah, Lego Gambit. It's good to hear you've been a big fan of Jurassic Park / World now. Yeah, me and him talked about this so far on air. We both agree the original Jurassic Park is just fantastic.
Definitely.
You think about the story is compelling, the acting is great, the visuals hold up incredibly well. In fact, they hold up better than some movies that have come out in the last 5 years. I think that Jurassic Park, T2 Judgment Day, as well as Aliens hold up better visually than The Flash does.
Yeah.
And also, I think that, yeah, the music in Jurassic Park is so iconic. When our characters first get to the island in the original movie, you have Alan Grant and Dr. Ellie Sattler seeing a dinosaur for the first time. We see that Brontosaurus for the first time.
Right.
It works so well because they are just in awe of the fact that dinosaurs are back after they've been gone for so long. The Lego Gambit, that's a good question. Where did Lex and Tim go after the first film?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's very true. I'm trying to remember. Are they in?
They're in the Lost World in the beginning when Ian Malcolm comes into John Hammond's home.
Oh, yeah, I didn't remember actually. Lex and Tim are there right at the beginning of Jurassic Park 2: The Lost World.
They're older and they don't have much dialogue.
Yeah, they don't have that much dialogue. I'm wondering, Lego Gambit, have you seen all of the Jurassic Park / World movies? Have you seen all 6 of them? And also, are you looking forward to Jurassic World Rebirth? I know we're definitely both hoping that it's good. Universal, thanks. We're great. Yeah, we both appreciate the compliment very much.
Thank you, Universal.
Yeah, absolutely. Wondering, Lego Gambit, have you read the original Jurassic Park book? Are you looking forward to Jurassic World Rebirth? Have you seen any of Jurassic World Camp Cretaceous or Chaos Fury on Netflix? I think that we can all agree that I read some of the book. Okay, it's interesting. The book Jurassic Park is definitely different from the movie Jurassic Park.
Way different.
If you look at a basic outline, sure, a lot of the same major beats are still there, but there's definitely differences. Lego Gambit, it's good to hear. Almost done of Chaos. Yeah, I've seen both seasons of Jurassic World Chaos Fury. I think it's a really good continuation of Camp Cretaceous. I'm really enjoying it so far. I am going to watch season 3 for sure. I haven't gotten around to it yet. I've been watching other things, but I'm definitely going to watch it. That is for sure. Well, if you think about it, man, in both the Jurassic Park book and in the movie, you have the island that's used for the dinosaurs. People are brought to the island.
Right.
It breaks down. The dinosaurs get loose, and so they try to survive. So on a basic level, the book and the movie are fairly similar, but if you look at the details, there's definitely differences for sure. I think it's not easy to say which is better.
I pointed this out to my friend earlier. I said at the end of Jurassic Park, John Hammond gets bit by a Compsognathus or a Compy, and they're poisonous in the book. And he passes out, and at the end of the book, he blacks out. And that's it. But at the end of Jurassic Park, the movie, he just flies away in a helicopter.
Yeah, that's very true. In the movie, John Hammond's never directly attacked by a dinosaur. So it's definitely different for sure. Also, you would agree that when you're talking about big directors, you also have to mention David Fincher. He's one of the big names out there. Actually, good to hear at Lego Gambit. Yeah, you've seen all of them. I didn't mean to ask that question twice, actually. I just wasn't seeing it initially, but now I can see that my question has been posted. Yeah, it's good to hear you've seen all of them. So let me respond. What are your thoughts about the other films beside the first one? I'm interested to hear what you have to say about this. I know for me, I've watched Jurassic Park 2: The Lost World and Jurassic Park 3 before, but I haven't rewatched them recently.
Yeah, I have actually. I have them in my apartment.
Nice.
I've got Jurassic World 3, 2, and 1.
Yeah, Lego Gambit, I have not seen Jurassic World Dominion. All the things I've heard about it make me go, okay, it seems like the movie has some entertainment value to it, but it also seems like the filmmakers really wasted a lot of the potential. especially considering the tease at the end of Fallen Kingdom.
Yeah.
When you watch the post credits of Fallen Kingdom, you're like, "Ooh, they're gonna do it in the next movie. They're gonna do dinosaurs all over the earth."
Yeah.
But then you get to Jurassic World Dominion, and it's like, "Oh, we're not primarily focusing on dinosaurs all over the earth.
No,
We're instead
it's about the clones.
And we're also telling a story about Locust, Alan Grant running around evil Apple headquarters doing corporate espionage."
Right.
That's super weird because Alan Grant is well known for being an outdoorsy adventurer. So having him run around doing corporate espionage, it's not what Alan Grant's good at. It's not his skill set. It's an interesting point you raise here. Fallen Kingdom is just a ripoff of Jurassic Park: The Lost World. In some ways, yeah, because you have an island. There's quite a good amount of differences between Fallen Kingdom and The Lost World, if you think about it, because a good part of Fallen Kingdom is set in a mansion, actually. You have a human clone being introduced. Right at the beginning of the movie, you have a volcano going off, and a lot of the dinosaurs actually dying.
Right.
And then you have these people that are trying to buy dinosaurs at an auction. You have these evil Russian people that are trying to buy dinosaurs at an auction.
Right.
Plus, you have laser-guided raptors.
Right.
Just feels to me like that's weird. A good point you made here, Lego Gambit. A rich guy trying to make another park, some dumb hunter dies. Yeah, that's true. That's something that's in both movies. Yeah, on a general level, there's similarities between Fallen Kingdom and Jurassic Park 2: The Lost World. But when you look at the details, there's certainly differences as well. If you look at the franchise as a whole, they've done this idea about dinosaurs being off somewhere separated from the world multiple times. That's something that's annoying. I mean, you have the original Jurassic Park where the park is being created, and then you have Jurassic World. You learn that, the park actually has been around for quite a good amount of time and it's been running.
Yeah.
And then you get to Jurassic World Dominion, it's like the dinosaurs are off on a preserve. That's very disappointing. So you can't help but go, really? We're doing this again?
Yeah.
This is just a rehash of things we've seen before in previous movies. So it doesn't really interest me. Now, I think that based on what we've seen in the trailers for Jurassic World Rebirth, who the director is, who they brought in to write this movie, there's potential for it to be good, potential for it to be better than Fallen Kingdom and Dominion, which not a lot of people liked. Did you know, actually, that one of the writers who worked on Jurassic Park 1 and 2 is coming back for Jurassic World Rebirth?
Yeah.
That's definitely encouraging. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
It's like, okay, this could be good. It's a good point you make here, Lego Gambit. Dodgson dies the same way Nedry dies. Yeah, actually, Dodgson dies in Jurassic World Dominion, right? I haven't seen.
Yeah, he's surrounded by like 4 Dilophosaurs, the spitting dinosaurs.
Yeah, that's the similarity. Nedry dies in the first film because of a Dilophosaurus, the spitting dinosaur.
Yep.
So then Dodgson dies the same way in Jurassic World Dominion. Yeah, I haven't seen Dominion, but I've watched YouTube videos about it. So I know that Dodgson is in that movie. It is interesting, I will say, that the filmmakers actually remembered that. They actually brought Dodgson back, even though Dodgson was only in one scene of the original movie.
They met in the first movie. They did. That's right, because Dennis Nedry was eating dinner in Cuba or wherever at that outdoor restaurant.
Yeah, we learned in the first movie.
He was like, Dodgson. He was like, don't use my name.
And Nedry's like, actually, nobody cares.
Right. Yeah, different actor, but...
Yeah, there's a different actor who played Dodgson in the original Jurassic Park compared to the one who played him in Jurassic World Dominion. Yeah, I remember that now. Actually, in the first film, you learn that Dennis Nedry is working for Dodgson. He's planning on bringing embryos back to Dodgson so they can do their own Jurassic Park.
Right.
It's this little Fred from the first film that was forgotten about for a long time.
Yeah,
I did
forget about that, to be
honest. And then when you get to Jurassic World Dominion, it's like, Dodgson? Wait, who's Dodgson? Oh, that guy who shows up for 5 minutes in the original movie that Nedry's working for? Right. Oh, he's actually back. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought that wasn't going to come back at all. Like, I thought that was something the filmmakers had totally forgotten about.
Yeah.
In fact, in one of the Jurassic World movies, you even see that canister from the first film.
Yep.
Remember the canister of the foam?
Yes, I remember.
The foam was used as a cover for the fact the
for the
canister
embryos.
could hold the embryos in it.
Yeah.
And you have that scene where Nedry is killed.
And at the end,
the
the mud's
can-
covering the
the canister
I thought
just
that
like
was so cool.
the
I love
canister
how it
just
covers the can.
falls. The canister falls off a cliff and it's covered by
Yeah.
mud.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lego Gambit. That's a good point you make. Actually, you found the shaving cream can in Camp Cretaceous. He just finds it on the floor. That's so dumb.
Mhm.
I get what you're saying there. Honestly, it's one of those things where you don't really need to bring the shaving cream can back after the original film. I think it's kind of cool that they actually remembered it at all. But I
Right.
get what you're saying about it being dumb. I think that Jurassic World Camp Cretaceous is actually quite a good TV show. I'm definitely a fan of it. It's on Netflix. Yeah, Lego Gambit. I think the shaving cream can is in Jurassic World Dominion. Actually.
Yeah, it is. It's on a shelf. It's just sitting there, and it's like burned or whatever. I don't know. I don't know why it was burned, but
Yeah, it's a good point, actually. I think you'd agree, Lego Gambit, that it just feels very weird to do locust as well as corporate espionage in Jurassic World Dominion when it feels like there's something much more interesting that they could have done. Yeah, Lego Gambit, that's true. It had the dino DNA from the OG park. Yeah, that's true. After the original film, you feel like, oh, well, the cream can got lost. How easy would it be to actually find that? It wouldn't be easy, honestly, to find that again. And would you really be able to do anything with that dino DNA that was in the shaving cream can? I don't know, honestly. So, did it need to come back? I'm thinking it didn't really need to, but at the same time, it's not like the shaving cream can is used for anything in Dominion.
yeah,
It's just there basically as an Easter egg.
right.
Just to say, hey, remember this? Remember it from the first movie? I'm actually saying here in the comments, Lego Gambit, I think that Jurassic World Camp Cretaceous is really good. I'm glad that's almost your birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Congratulations. My birthday is actually February 16th, so it's already passed. What's your birthday?
Oh, my birthday is December 31st.
Oh, yours is right at the end of the year.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Birthdays are good.
Yeah, they definitely are.
April 18th.
Oh, okay. Yours is not
That's
that.
coming up.
Yeah, it is coming up, actually. That's only 13 days.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that's coming up for you. I hope that you end up doing something fun to celebrate the birthday.
Right.
I think you'd agree, man, that in general, at this point, a lot of people are just thinking, how many times is Disney going to do a live action remake? How
Right.
far are they going to go in just remaking every single one of their movies?
Yeah.
Are they going to go through every single anime movie they've ever done and
Yeah.
remake it?
Yeah.
It's sad because you feel like Disney is just creatively bankrupt at this point. Like they're not telling original stories anymore.
Mhm.
It's sad, right?
Yeah.
For the most part, Disney is just doing Marvel, Star Wars, the live action remakes, Pixar, Disney animation, Lego Gambit. Yeah, that's a good point, honestly. How far is Disney going to take this? Are they going to remake all of their movies, all the Disney animation ones, and then are they going to do Pixar live action remakes? I mean, from their perspective, why not? Because Pixar's underneath the Disney umbrella, so
Right.
they could do it. Are they going to? Are they going to do Toy Story live action? Honestly, at this point, so many people are just sick and tired of the Disney live action. So many. Lego Game, it's an interesting point you make there. The idea of doing Big Hero 6 as a live action movie. To me, I think that Big Hero 6 and The Incredibles stand out because they're animated comic book movies. We don't really get a lot of animated comic book movies other than Spider-Verse. By contrast, we get a lot of live action comic book movies. They come out all the time. And I think as soon as you do Big Hero 6 live action, people will very quickly go, oh, this is like Iron Man, because you'll be able to see the parallels very easily. When you see this kid wearing armor, you'll be like, oh, hero's Iron Man. Lego Gambit, I think The Incredibles is one of the best Pixar films. I think you would agree that Pixar has a really good track record. It's not that every single one of their movies are great. Some of them are weaker. Pretty much everyone agrees Cars 2 is not good. Turning Red is a more polarizing, divisive movie. I don't really enjoy it as much. And then other than that, there are Pixar movies that are weaker. Lego Gambit, it's an interesting point saying there about The Incredibles 2. I think The Incredibles 2 is really good. I don't personally find it to be just mid. I really enjoy that film. I think it was a worthy follow-up to the original Incredibles as very entertaining and dynamic action. I like spending more time with these characters. I like seeing Bob as the stay-at-home dad. I like that the roles are reversed this time. Now it's Elastigirl that's going out and doing the hero stuff. Well, Bob or Mr. Incredible is the stay-at-home dad. And honestly, I think that in some ways, Screenslaver is a better villain than Syndrome. Not that Syndrome is boring, he's entertaining to be sure, but the thing that's always bugged me about Syndrome in The Incredibles is that his motivation is one that we've seen other villains have before. Just think about the Riddler from Batman Forever, or Aldrich Killian from Iron Man 3, or the Electro from Amazing Spider-Man 2. They all have the same villain origin and motivation that Syndrome has. In every one of these cases, we're talking about the at first nerdy person who's a fan of the hero, but then they feel burned or slighted by the hero, and thus they want revenge, and so they become a supervillain. That's the thing that's always bugged me. I've always felt like Syndrome's motivation is generic because we've seen it multiple times before. I don't disagree that there's Syndrome quotes that absolutely are memorable. The actor, it makes the character fun to watch because he can be so over the top. But I don't think Syndrome's the best villain out there. In general, I think you would agree. There are Pixar movies that are weaker. Think about Cars 3 or Finding Dory or Brave or The Good Dinosaur or Monsters University. A lot of people would agree those aren't as strong as other Pixar films. They don't have the same amount of creativity or inspiration that other Pixar films have. But they are very clearly better than animated movies you get from other studios. I mean, just compare Finding Dory to the Minions movie from Illumination. Finding Dory is, very clearly better than Minions. It's an interesting point you make there, Lego Gambit. I have not played Lego Incredible. I used to own Lego Star Wars and Lego Batman. I played those games a bit. I used to play them on the Wii sometimes, though I didn't play them all that often. I played Smash Bros. Mario Kart more often. Actually, I played Wii Sports and Wii Sports Resort a lot as well. Oh, you got a new Spider-Man game, Lego Gambit. That's cool. Yeah, I am currently playing Marvel Strike Force on my phone. That's a hero collector mobile game that has Spider-Man in it, but it's not just exclusively about Spider-Man. There's a lot of other characters as well. It's similar to Raid Shadow Legends or Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes. Those are also hero collector mobile games. I've done some Marvel Snap as well, though I'm not currently playing Marvel Snap. Marvel Strike Force is the game I play every day. I'm going to say this in the chat actually, I used to play Wii Sports Resort, Mario Kart, and Smash Bros. All the time with my friends on the Wii. Oh, Lego Gambit's interesting. This is me and my friends in third grade chat. Huh. Okay, that's interesting. I remember, well, I had a good amount of different games on the Wii, and actually, when I was a college student at Southwest Minnesota State University in Marshall, I used to play Smash Bros. And Mario Kart on the Nintendo Switch. Not because I had a Nintendo Switch personally, but because I knew people that had a Nintendo Switch. Plus, actually, years ago, I owned this little Nintendo DS. Pretty simple little gaming system. I had this Marvel game for the Nintendo DS. There were a few other games I had as well. I would play that during car rides. And then there are simple mobile games like Subway Surfer, Angry Birds, Fruit Ninja, that or Solitaire that I played before, though not super often. I actually used to do a little bit of Fortnite as well as League of Legends with friends of mine back when me and my parents lived in New York. We lived there for years. I have a lot of fond memories of that place for sure. I really enjoy not just the MCU movies, but also I like some of the Fox X-Men movies, X2, X-Men United, X-Men Days of Future Past, Logan. Those are really good. I like the first two Sam Raimi Spider-Man films. I think Spider-Man 3, not as good as Spider-Man 1 and 2. It has some good things about it, but doesn't work all that well. I think that Pixar's done a lot of good to great movies. Actually, I'm curious to know how many of the Pixar films have you seen? I'm going to put that question in the chat, actually. I'm very curious because you think about Pixar versus DreamWorks, they are different for sure. Pixar has not had that many misses. There are movies they put out which are not as strong as other ones, but they're better than movies you get from other studios. And just look at some of the stuff DreamWorks has done, actually. You have Shark Tale, Ants, B Movie, Trolls, Boss Baby. Not a lot of people would say that those are great movies. A lot of people agree those are not very good. This is also the same studio that did do Kung Fu Panda, Wild Robot, How to Train Your Dragon, Shrek. They've done good to great stuff as well, for sure. But no, they've also done some stuff that's not as good. Everyone will agree with that. It's interesting, Lego Gambit. Okay, don't watch Pixar. Well, here's what I'll tell you. I would recommend watching Pixar movies. Monsters Inc., Toy Story, Finding Nemo, Wall-E, Up. Those are all examples of just fantastic top-tier Pixar movies. And actually, I'm wondering, okay, you've seen Incredibles and Big Hero 6. Have you seen other Disney animation films? Have you seen any of the Disney Renaissance classics? Lion King, Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, Little Mermaid. Seen any of the other ones? There's a whole ton of them. Hey, man. We are actually just talking about The Incredibles. Have you seen The Incredibles
I love
before?
The Incredibles. It's one of my favorite movies.
Yeah,
the first one. I never saw the second one.
I would recommend watching Incredibles 2.
Really? Is it as good as the first one?
The interesting thing is Lego Gambit actually put in the chat right here. The second one is mid. Yeah. I don't personally agree with that. I really enjoy Incredibles 2. I think it's a worthy follow-up to the original Incredibles.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's necessarily as good. You can debate that. I do think that the villain Screenslaver in Incredibles 2 is somewhat better than Syndrome in the original Incredibles.
Yeah.
Syndrome in the original.
Yeah, I really felt good when I watched The Incredibles.
That makes sense. And here's the thing I point out not long ago. We don't get that many animated comic book movies. So that's one of the big things that makes Incredibles stand out. We get live action comic book movies all the time, but we don't get a lot of animated comic book movies. Here's the thing about Incredibles. You think about Syndrome's motivation, his origin. Yeah. It's something we've seen before multiple times. Think about the Riddler, played by Jim Carrey, and Joel Schumacher's Batman Forever, Aldrich Killian in Iron Man 3, Electro from Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Yep, makes sense.
They all have the same origin story where they start off as a nerdy guy that's a fanboy of the hero, and then they feel burned or slighted by the hero, and thus
Right.
seek revenge, and so become a supervillain. I think that Screenslaver is a bit more interesting
Yeah.
for that reason than Syndrome is. Also, I like the action in Incredibles 2. It's very entertaining. I think it's actually more dynamic than what you had in the original Incredibles.
Really? 'Cause
Makes
I remember
sen-
they were fighting those big machines, right, in the first one? Mr. Incredible
Yeah, there
on the
is
island.
exactly. It's the island that Syndrome uses.
Yeah.
Mr. Incredible ends up going there. The whole family ends up going there later on in the movie. That's when you see the family together for the first time.
Yeah, I love that part.
One of the things that's fun about Incredibles 2 is that, unlike in the first film, you see the whole family, Violet, Dash, Bob, and Helen,
Right.
all working together as a superhero team immediately in Incredibles 2.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Olingo Gambit, I know that my camera is on. Yours might have a problem. I don't know. I don't know if there's anything going on your end, but I can tell you that things are working fine on our end. There's not
Yeah.
problems here. I think it's not too surprising that the action in Incredibles 2 is more dynamic because a good amount of time has passed since the first film. So
Right.
they've clearly upped their game.
Yeah.
Plus, you get to see the family working together. And also, you have a flip in Incredibles 2 where Helen or Elastigirl is the one going out and doing the superhero stuff.
Yeah.
While Bob is the stay at home dad.
Right.
So he gets a taste of what it's like for Helen to be a parent.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty interesting. Plus, I like the way Incredibles 2 looks. I like the story being told.
Yep.
Don't have that many problems with it. I think it's interesting that The Incredibles is definitely a more mature film among Pixar's filmography.
Right.
Just think about what you see in Incredibles. I mean, a character tries to commit suicide in the first 10 minutes
Right.
of that movie. You have that guy that jumps off a building. You see exactly what you realize exactly what that means quickly.
Yeah.
And you also have a villain syndrome that actually has killed superheroes. And on
Right.
top of that, he fires those missiles at the jet that Helen and the kids are on.
Yeah.
Even when Syndrome learns that there are women and children on the plane, he doesn't back off in any way.
Right.
He actually just proceeds to gloat about it. Look up a Paleo Ant video name only a few days away. I'm honestly, Lego Gambit, not sure exactly what you're referring to there. It'd be helpful if you could try to explain more what Play-Doh Ant video are you actually talking about. I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about there. But you think about it, there's a part in the first Incredibles where Bob thinks that his whole family is dead.
Right.
And Syndrome just proceeds to laugh about it right in Bob's face.
Mm.
And so he just twists the knife even further.
Right.
He pours more salt into that open wound.
I
So you see
remember
that Bob is mad in that moment, and thus he threatens to kill Mirage.
Right.
Ultimately, he doesn't do that because we see Bob's a good guy. So
Right.
even when Bob is angry, that's a line he's not willing to cross.
Right.
It's one thing for him to do something that might lead to a henchman dying. It's another thing for him to directly snap someone's neck.
All right.
We see Bob is not willing to commit murder in that kind of direct way. And also, you think about it, part of the original Incredibles is about Helen suspecting that her husband is cheating on her.
Right.
That's mature stuff. It resonates a lot more with someone who's 50 than someone who's only 15.
Right.
And also, think about a more recent Pixar movie, Soul. That one definitely is more mature. It's really aimed.
I didn't see that one. How was it?
I really enjoy it. I'd recommend watching it.
Okay.
It's definitely aimed more at adults than for kids.
Yeah.
Because you think about the themes being explored in Soul, they're going to resonate more with someone who's older rather
Yeah.
than someone who's younger. Because that movie is about the idea of really appreciating your life, treasuring it, actually taking a moment to stop and appreciate what you have.
Yeah.
So it's about finding meaning and purpose in life. Plus, the movie deals with death, the afterlife.
Yeah.
That's something that's more heavy. And also, people have different views on what the afterlife actually looks like.
Right.
So it's one that, I mean, kids can watch, sure, but how much are they really going to get out of it? Not really a ton, to be honest. Not that there's zero entertainment value to Soul. There's funny moments in there for sure.
Yeah.
There's part of the movie where a guy has his soul trapped in a body of a cat.
Really?
This soul is trapped in a guy's body. So it can get pretty funny
Wow.
during that part of the movie.
Yeah.
Honestly, Lego Gambit, I don't know this Play-Doh and video. I hadn't heard about it before you mentioned it just now. I'm gonna post it in the chat. Actually, I don't know this video. I'm glad to hear that you think it's a banger. That's really good to hear. Honestly, I think you agree overall. Pixar has a really good track record.
Definitely.
Like
It's not bad. I mean, it's just
they haven't had a lot of misses.
right.
You have 28 theatrically released Pixar movies. Out of those movies, how many of them are outright bad?
Almost none.
Yeah, you have Cars 2. Pretty much everyone agrees that's one of the only major Pixar duds.
Right.
I would agree with that. It's a very strange direction to go in after the first film, because the first Cars is this movie about nostalgia for small towns with a bit of racing in there. And then you get to Cars 2 and it's like, oh, it's now a James Bond spoof. Now it's
Right.
suddenly a spy movie.
Right.
It's like, what are we doing here? It's weird to change genre, change tone that much.
Yeah.
And also, I think it was a really, really bad idea to have Tow Mater be the main character in Cars 2.
Right.
There are certain characters that work well when they're on the side, but not when they're in the lead. Tow Mater is one of these characters that works well when he's sprinkled into a movie. When he's on the side, in there a little bit.
Yeah.
But as soon as he's the main character, he gets really annoying really quickly. Now, I think that the first Cars is actually good.
Yeah.
That came out during the first 15 years of Pixar,
Right.
from Toy Story to Toy Story 3. Pretty much everyone agrees that, yeah, Cars is the weakest of that initial Pixar run, but it's not a bad movie.
No,
in fact,
it's not.
it's still certified fresh on Rotten Tomatoes of 75%, meaning 3/4 of critics recommend you see that movie.
Nice.
Even though it's universally regarded as the weakest of those Pixar movies. It has flaws, but it's still a good amount to offer. And aside from Cars, I would argue that Bug's Life is not quite as strong as the other early Pixar movies. That's the first one that came out after Toy Story.
Yeah.
It visually, I would say, hasn't aged as well as other Pixar movies from that time period. It looks a bit more dated, but still not at all a bad movie.
Yeah.
I still think A Bug's Life is really good. And then, other than that, I mean, you have 3 Toy Story movies, plus Wall-E, Up, Finding Nemo, Incredibles.
Finding Dory.
Lego Gambit, I haven't seen Cars. Oh, glad to hear that. What about the other Pixar movies? Oh, you mentioned actually haven't seen. You said here I don't watch Pixar, so it seems like you might not have seen any Pixar movies. But I'm wondering actually, have you seen like How to Train Your Dragon or Wild Robot, Madagascar, Shrek, Kung Fu Panda, any of the DreamWorks animation films? Have you seen Ice Age or Despicable Me? Anything along those lines? Feel free to shout out about that in the comments. Yes, okay. Yes to what? Lego Gambit. What I'm gonna post about this in the chat actually. What are some other Oh, you've seen Shrek? Okay. If you've seen Shrek, I'm glad to hear that. Have you?
Yeah, it's a good one. I've seen Shrek. I've seen all the first three.
It's good to hear. I would say the first two Shrek movies are really good.
Yeah.
In particular, Shrek 2. That's an example of how to do a sequel right. It's good to hear, Lego Gambit. You're saying you've watched all the movies I've said. If so, it's good to hear.
Yeah.
Thing is, in Shrek 2, you're introduced to new characters that are
Yeah.
memorable, and you have Fairy Godmother, Prince Charming, Puss in Boots.
Mm.
There's some really memorable songs in that movie. You start off with Accidentally in Love, and then Funky Town, and then Holding Out for a Hero, then Living La Vida Loca. Lego Gambit, I know about the Minecraft movie. I can't say that I'm very familiar with Minecraft. Do you have familiarity with Minecraft?
No, I've never played the Minecraft. I've seen it played, but I can't imagine how they make a movie out of it.
Yeah, that's the thing. For me, I've always thought, how do you translate Minecraft into a movie? It doesn't feel as obvious to me. If you think about Mario or Sonic,
Yeah,
it feels like in
better.
those cases it's easier to translate
Yeah.
those characters, take them from video games to movies. Lego Gambit, you thought the Minecraft movie was cringy. Yeah, reviews have not been that good. I watched a movie review on YouTube just within the last 2 days. Basically, the person who is talking about this movie is a dad that has a son who's really into Minecraft. And the guy is saying, hey, I'm the outsider. My son is really into Minecraft. I'm not. I was just going into this movie hoping to have a good time.
Right.
The movie is entertaining, but it had a lot of problems. Not really all that good, but at least it made me laugh. So yeah, in general, it seems to me Lego Gambit, like not a lot of people really like the Minecraft movie all that much. I think the best you're going to hear is that, well, the movie was fun. It made me laugh.
Yeah.
But you just contrast Minecraft with Sonic, there's a big difference. We've gotten 3 Sonic movies. They all have done well. In fact, Sonic 3 actually made quite a good amount of money at the box office and got really positive reviews.
Get it?
Yeah, have you seen any of the Sonic movies?
No, but I played the game on the computer.
I see. I remember Sonic really well from Smash Bros. I remember really well. Lego Gambit
That would be great.
Super Smash Bros.
Movie. I don't know how they would do it, but I mean, maybe start how they have to fight to survive or win something. Not sure.
I definitely know Smash Bros. Incredibly well. Lego Gambit, good to hear. Watched all the Sonic movies. Yeah, it feels to me like the people who made the Sonic movies understood the most important things they needed to get right.
Yeah.
And they got those things right. The design of Sonic, the personality, the other characters they brought in. Pretty much everyone agrees Sonic 1 and 2 are not perfect. There's some things that could have been done better. Like when you watch the first Sonic movie, you think it's weird that we're doing a road trip movie when Sonic is so famous for being a speedster, for being super fast.
Right.
Then you watch Sonic 2 and it's like, why are we focusing so much on a wedding? Every time you see what's going on at the wedding, you go, wait, can we just go back to what's happening with Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Robotnik?
Yeah.
Let's just please cut away from the wedding. Go back to all that other stuff. That's what I'm much more interested in. The Lego Gambit, you bring up a good point there. At least they made the Sonic look less ugly. Here's the thing. Famously, when the first trailer for Sonic Universal, do you guys have a set schedule when you are online? Well, before now, no. If we wanted to, we could come up with a schedule for doing this kind of thing, doing a stream. Lego Gambit, it's interesting. You're in Germany. I've never been to a place outside the U.S. before. My parents have, but I haven't.
Yeah, we're in the United States.
Have you been ever anywhere outside the U.S.?
No, I've never left the country.
Well, I see. Have you visited other states before?
Yeah, many.
It's good to hear. I've been to a good amount of other states as well.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I don't know if you remember this, man. When the first trailer for Sonic came out, nobody liked the design for Sonic. Everybody was like, ooh, this is wrong. No, no, no. This is not how Sonic looks.
Yeah.
So that led to that design being termed ugly Sonic. And then,
Yeah.
fortunately, the filmmakers actually listened to the feedback and they actually changed the design of Sonic so that it's more faithful to what Sonic is supposed to be. Lego Gambit, it made my cousin cry. You're saying that the ugly Sonic look made your cousin cry? Well, if so, I don't blame this person because at first they didn't get the design right. But fortunately, by the time the movie Sonic came out,
Yeah.
everybody was like, they got the design and personality right.
Yeah.
So, okay, there's some things that could have been done better, but the filmmakers got the most important things they needed to get right.
Yeah.
That's what matters the most. It was fun.
Yeah.
And then Sonic 2 and 3, I think, improve, get better. Especially Sonic 3. It felt like the filmmakers listened to the feedback. They listened to what audiences responded to well the first two movies and what they didn't respond to as well.
Right.
So they decided, okay,
true.
look, we need to minimize the amount of screen time the human characters get.
Yeah.
We'll have them be in there a bit, have them be sprinkled in there. We can give them their moment, but let's make sure they don't overshadow Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Dr. Robotnik. That's what people want to see. That's what they're the most interested in.
Right.
People don't want to spend a bunch of time at a wedding that's not really connected to what else is going on. So, yeah, Super Mario 2 coming out next year. I'm excited for that. Did you know?
I played a lot of Mario games, but I've never seen the Super Mario first movie.
I'd recommend watching it. I don't think it's a perfect movie. I think there were some things that could have been done better, but I think that the filmmakers in that case got the most important things right. Yeah, Lego Gambit, that's a good point. Why didn't they listen to the people for the Minecraft movie? Yeah, unfortunately, Minecraft movie is not a big success. Kind of in a way reminds me of when Borderlands came out just recently. Borderlands came out and it wasn't a big success at all. Not a lot of people like that movie. A whole lot of people agree it was a mess. Now, when it comes to the Mario movie, I think that they got the Mario isms right. Lego Gambit, yeah, I have seen Invincible. Oof. Invincible is not a kid show. I'll say that right now. It's important to know. That is a violent show. It's a bloody show. So I think that it got to be the appropriate age to watch Invincible. Yeah, it's animated, but it's a dark animated show. Oh, Lego Gambit, you're watching Invincible. Okay, I mean, hey, if it doesn't bother you, if your parents are fine if you're watching that, then okay, go ahead and watch it. I think that it's not a show that young people should be watching. If I were a parent, I wouldn't really want my young kid to be watching that show. But hey, if you're enjoying Invincible, if it's not bothering you, then okay, go ahead and watch it. I really enjoy Invincible along with The Boys and Gen V. Lego Gambit, what think, Mark? What do you mean by that? Is that a line from Invincible? I'm not sure. But I'm going to actually put in the chat here. I'm excited for the Mario movie. Yeah, Omni-Man. He's in Invincible. That's true. I think Invincible has been a really good show. I really have been enjoying The Boys as well. Though, again, The Boys is a dark show. It's not a fun or all that lighthearted. It has dark humor to it. Oliver, is that a character from Invincible? I don't remember. If you want to tell me about that, go ahead. Is Oliver a character from Invincible? I remember a good amount of the characters from the show, but I don't remember if Oliver is a character. I don't remember if Oliver is in that show. I've seen season 1 of Gen V. I remember thinking, yeah, this is a good spin-off to The Boys. It does a good job of showing you a different perspective on this world. Honestly, I'd say that over the last 10 years, there's been quite a good amount of video game movies or films that have been really good. There's been some really good streaming TV shows that are based on video games. I mean, you have The Last of Us on HBO Max, you also have Fallout on Amazon Prime. A lot of people would agree that, yeah, those shows are really good. They are a good adaptation of the games. Oh, Oliver Kid Omni-Man? Okay, that's interesting. I didn't exactly remember that off the top of my head. Honestly, I think that when it comes to the comic book genre in general, there's been too much of it. Yeah, Lego Gambit, I go to church on Sunday as well, so I know what you're talking about there. I think that, yeah, may the force be with you as well. Thanks for coming on. Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad that you're able to jump on today, Lego Gambit. I'm very happy about that because I feel like we had a good conversation. 11:49. It's Lego Gambit. You're saying it's 11:49 p.m.? Okay, that's late. Wow, I totally get you want to get to bed so you're not too tired in the morning. That makes a lot of sense. I would say that it's pretty funny. On the one hand, the main Spider-Man films we gotten have been so successful. Then on the other hand, Sony put out Madam Web. What were they thinking there? No clue. Yeah, Lego Gambit. Thanks. Good evening, good afternoon, good night to you as well. Yeah, I'll respond saying the same thing. Good morning. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for telling me that, man. I'm glad that you're able to jump on today. It's a good conversation. Honestly, I hope that I'm able to see you again in this way sometime in the near future. That'd be great. And feel free to tell other people about this channel. Feel free to spread the word. I'd love that. It'd be great if other people were able to jump on. I think that a lot of people would agree that, man, the case of both Dumbo as well as Pinocchio, you feel like the directors of these live action remakes are just McDonald's managers putting out generic corporate product for a big studio. You don't see any of Tim Burton's vision if you watch Dumbo. And man, if you've seen other Tim Burton movies, Burton usually has a distinct flair to his movies where you're watching a Burton movie. Honestly, I think that directors like Steven Spielberg, Martin Scorsese, Ridley Scott, Quentin Tarantino, James Cameron, David Fincher, those are some of the big name directors. But here's the interesting thing. These big name directors are not doing the big IP franchise movies. They're not doing Marvel, Star Wars, Star Trek, Disney live action remake, Fox X-Men, Sony Spider-Man. No, nothing like that. They've done either some sequels or franchise movies before, yeah, but they're not doing the big brands. However, I think that Steven Spielberg has done a lot of classics. He's more up my alley. I gravitate more naturally toward Steven Spielberg than I do Martin Scorsese, but obviously Scorsese, top tier director, critically acclaimed prestige director. So of course I have respect for him. Of course he knows how to put out good movies. He's never been very interested in making fun or entertaining movies. No. Martin Scorsese does serious and heavy movies. I remember watching Killers of a Flower Moon in theaters. Ooh, that's a somber movie. It's not a fun one at all. So it's not the movie I feel I need to rewatch that many times, but it's incredibly well done. If you haven't seen it before, as long as you're the appropriate age, yeah, I'd recommend watching it because it does what it's trying to do very effectively. But you just gotta know it's inherently not an easy movie to get through because it's based on heavy subject matter. It's about this tragic real life story concerning the Native Americans. Similarly, Sound of Freedom. It's a very effective movie, not one that's easy to get through. It's based on heavy subject matter. It's about child trafficking. So it does what it's trying to do incredibly well, but that's not the movie I'm going to rewatch that many times. Similarly, Joker 2019, not that rewatchable of a movie because it's a heavy one. By contrast, Dolphin Tale, Paddington, Elf, Wild Robot, Inside Out, these are very rewatchable movies. I'd have no problem at all throwing them on. By the way, Universal, if you're still here, feel free to sound off in the comments. Feel free to put some stuff in the chat because I'd love to be able to interact with you in that direct way. I think that Super Mario 2 could end up being really good, especially if they either bring in more stuff from the games or just, go more in depth. Could be really interesting, honestly. I think that while anything is possible, Ice Age 6 could end up being good. Can't say I'm all that excited because the Ice Age movies got more and more weird as they went on. They went more off the rails. So I'm like, Ice Age 1 is really good, but after that, it's been downhill, especially when you get to Ice Age Collision Course. Ooh, man, that movie is ridiculous. Similarly, I really enjoy the original Despicable Me, but after that, the Despicable Me franchise hasn't been that good, unfortunately. I think Gareth Edwards has done some good movies. I really enjoyed The Creator, which came out in 2023. That was really good. I get why you might think it's too derivative. That's understandable if you think that The Creator is too similar to things I've seen before, but I definitely had a good time with that movie. I saw it in theaters. Hey, man, at this point, Lego Gambit is not part of stream anymore. You had to exit. I don't know if the other person Universal's still around.
Right.
Not seeing any new comments in the chat, so he may or may not be still here. But one thing I was actually talking about, man, is if you think about it, Martin Scorsese is different from Steven Spielberg because Martin Scorsese is a critically acclaimed prestige director.
Right.
He's never been interested in making popcorn movies or movies that feel like a roller coaster ride. He's never been interested in making fun, lighthearted, or entertaining movies.
Right.
Even when he did a family movie, it's still heavy. And if you see Killers of a Flower Moon, you go, oh, wow, this is a heavy movie.
Mm-hmm.
Does exactly what it's trying to do very effectively, but it's not that rewatchable. Mm-hmm. Also, Martin Scorsese is not the kind of person who's going to do a Marvel movie or Star Wars, Disney live-action remake. Nothing like that. Actually, if you think about some of the other just iconic, classic, big-name directors, they haven't done those major IPs either. Think about Quentin Tarantino. Example. He's well known for doing Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
That movie's famous for breaking all the rules and still being great.
Right.
Also, Quentin Tarantino did Inglourious Bastards.
I didn't really like that movie.
Which is a historical fiction version of World War II.
Right.
It's not 100% based on reality, but obviously there's some connection to reality because of World War II, the Nazis.
Right.
But it's not historical fact so much as it is historical fiction.
Yeah.
Also, Quentin Tarantino did Kill Bill.
Yep.
He also did actually. Let's see. I'm trying to remember what else Quentin Tarantino did. The thing is, he hasn't done as many movies. Steven Spielberg, Martin Scorsese, Ridley Scott, David Fincher, they've all done more movies than Tarantino
Yeah.
has. He's only done like 9 movies, if I remember right.
I think so.
Here's the interesting thing about Ridley Scott. He's frankly more inconsistent as a director. On the one hand, he's the guy who did Alien, Gladiator, and Blade Runner.
Yeah.
He's done some classics.
Yep.
Alien, classic haunted
Yeah.
house and space movie. And then,
Yep.
have you seen Blade Runner?
I haven't.
It's a movie that definitely has artistic and technical merit to it. It's like it's like a version of Cyberpunk that came out before Cyberpunk was popular.
Okay.
There's very much interesting ideas that are being explored in the movie. Out of all the classic movies that came out before 2000, I can't say that Blade Runner is my favorite. It's not one that I gravitate towards as much.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it all that many times.
Yeah.
I feel
Did you like it, or was it just boring?
I'd say that it's a movie I respect more so than I enjoy.
Okay.
I don't think it's a bad movie. I think
Okay.
it, for reasons I just point out, has value to it for sure.
Yeah.
I respect that Ridley Scott had a vision for Blade Runner and he stuck to it. That cyberpunk look is very memorable. I think there are some good performances in that movie. The poem that you hear right at the end of that movie, it definitely gets you thinking.
Right.
That's one thing to appreciate about Blade Runner is there's some ambiguity to it. So you can actually think about the movie. It's not all just surface level.
Yeah.
But I also feel like the story and characters of Blade Runner are a bit too much at arm's length away from the audience, too distant. So as a result of that, I'm not as invested as I feel like I should be.
Yeah.
Also, when you have Harrison Ford playing a guy who hunts down robots who are called replicants, you immediately think, oh, this is going to be awesome. Yeah, Harrison Ford's going to kick their butts. He's going to come in there and take out all the robots. He's going to be a badass. And then you watch Blade Runner and you go, oh, no, it's not how it plays out, actually.
Yeah.
Harrison Ford's character, Decker, comes off like a pretty big wimp. He loses almost every single fight he gets in during that movie. And then at the end, he only lives because this robot allows him to live.
Oh, wow.
So it's like, oh, okay, Harrison Ford is not an awesome hero going out hunting robots. So that's disappointing.
Yeah.
No, there are a lot of other classic movies that I enjoy more, that I gravitate to more than Blade Runner.
Yeah.
But I still like Blade Runner.
Okay.
I don't personally think it's a great movie. I think there are other people out there who probably enjoy it more than me.
Yeah.
I still like it. But if I had to choose which movie am I going to rewatch, Jurassic Park or Blade Runner, I would not hesitate at all in picking Jurassic Park.
Right.
Part of it's because I have more nostalgia for that movie, but it's also just more my thing.
Okay.
Also, Gladiator came out in 2000. That's a great movie.
I've seen it. I've seen like the first half of it.
I definitely
haven't seen the whole thing.
Oh, I see. I definitely recommend
I watched it on Amazon Prime at one point.
I see. I definitely would recommend watching that whole movie.
Yeah.
Gladiator is fantastic. Gladiator is fantastic.
Yeah.
Gladiator 2 came out last year. A lot of people, including me, would say that's a good sequel. Yeah. There are some people out there who didn't enjoy it as much, but overall got positive reviews. But here's the thing. Ridley Scott's also the same guy who did Exodus, Gods and Kings.
I never saw that.
It's a version of the Exodus story, as you can imagine from the title.
Right.
Pretty much no one is going to tell you, oh, I love Exodus, Gods, and Kings. That's a great version of the Exodus story. Right. No, pretty much everyone agrees that is a bad movie. It feels like Ridley Scott did not understand at all the point of that biblical story. In fact, considering that Ridley Scott has said before that he's an atheist, you go, why was he chosen to direct Exodus, Gods, and Kings? Why did he accept directorial duty for that movie?
Yeah.
It's not a good idea to have an outspoken atheist direct a movie like Exodus, Gods, and Kings. It's based on the Bible.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know the Bible.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like the Exodus story, that's an important one.
Right.
So if you're going to direct a version of that story, you should be a Christian.
Yeah.
So can understand the point of
Right.
that story. Now, if you think about David Fincher, sure, the first movie he did was Alien Free, which not a lot of people like. I don't like Alien Free.
I don't like Alien
But-
3.
But if you look into the making of the movie, it was a mess. The production was a disaster. This
Really?
is well documented. You
Oh,
can
really?
look it up. The script
Wow.
was rewritten multiple times. The set was changed multiple times. No one knew from the start what Alien Free was going to be. There wasn't a vision in place for that movie right away.
Yeah.
David Fincher did the best he could with the bad hand that was dealt to him.
Mhm.
And because he's a very talented director, Alien Free still has some merit to it on a technical level. There's merit to that movie.
Yeah.
There's some good visuals in there. But I think the story is really bad. The idea that they're going to kill off Newton Hicks right away in the first 2 minutes of the movie was a shockingly bad decision.
Right.
I'll never understand why
and
that's.
Newt, remember Newt?
Yeah,
She died too.
it's just depressing.
Yeah.
Alien
sad.
Free feels like a movie to me that's just trying to be as bleak, depressing, and nihilistic as possible for the sake of just being bleak and depressing.
Yeah.
For the sake of just punching the audience in the gut repeatedly. Right away. It's like, oh, Newt and Hicks are dead. That's depressing. After all the effort Ripley put into saving them, as we saw in Alien.
Right. Right.
In the movie Aliens, that's where you saw
Yeah.
Ripley try really hard to save Newt and Hicks.
Yeah.
So the idea that they're just gone right away at the beginning of Alien Free without fanfare or ceremony,
Right.
killed off for no good reason other than to be as bleak as possible, I find that to be really off-putting. I think it just ruins their stories.
Yeah.
Because Ripley put so much effort into saving them in Aliens, and then they're just dead right at the beginning of
Yeah.
Alien Free. But then after that, you learn that, oh, Ripley's on this planet filled with people who are convicts
All right.
that actually try to rape her at one point in the movie.
Yeah.
And then you have that final punch to the gut that, oh, Ripley's actually going to give birth to an alien anyway.
Right.
After all the suffering she went through, oh, she's just going to give birth to an alien anyway. And then
Right.
in the end, she dies. It's like, I don't enjoy that.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. I don't think it's fair to blame David Fincher for Alien Free. It wasn't his fault. There are so many other things that were going wrong with the production of that movie.
Yeah.
He did the best he could with the cards that he was dealt. In fact, David Fincher has publicly disavowed Alien Free. He's publicly said, no one hates Alien Free more than me. And then after that, you look at the movies Fincher did, and you see how good of a director he is. He did
Yeah.
Fight Club, along with Seven and Heat. Seven is a famous crime thriller / dramatic
seen
horror. I would recommend it. It's a classic crime thriller or
Nice.
dramatic horror film, however exactly you want to look at it.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah, also, David Fincher is a guy who did The Killer 2023. And then he's done other movies as well.
Okay.
I can't remember off the top of my head all the movies he's directed.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that many of David Fincher's movies, to be honest, but when you think a big name director, Fincher's one of them.
Yeah.
Also, you got another director who hasn't been around for as long, but he's been really consistent. Christopher Nolan.
I like Christopher Nolan.
He's a guy who did that Batman trilogy with
Yes,
Christian
with
Bale.
Christian Bale.
I think Batman Begins and The Dark Knight are really good. And then,
Yeah, I saw The Dark Knight in theaters.
yeah,
It came out back in 2008.
yeah, Batman Begins, Dark Knight, fantastic. And
I
then
loved it.
you get to The Dark Knight Rises. I still enjoy that movie. It has great moments in it.
Yeah.
But you can also feel that the script is not as tight as it was before. The writing just isn't as good.
Yeah.
And thus you feel like there are more lapses in logic, plot holes, contrivances, conveniences, characters making blatantly stupid decisions. So throughout basically the runtime, you're going, wait a minute, why did that happen? Why didn't a character do that? Wait, what's going on here? There's more things that just don't make sense in The Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah.
But still, there are moments that hit so hard. There's fantastic music in that movie.
Oh, yeah.
The cast is still really solid. There's great action in The Dark Knight
Definitely.
Rises. By the time you get to the end, you go, okay, it was a bumpy road to get here, but this feels like the right way to conclude this Dark Knight trilogy.
Right.
This is the right way to tie a bow on everything.
Right.
I also think
You gotta like.
that's good. Yeah, I think that Oppenheimer, directed by Christopher Nolan, is really
I never
good.
saw it. That's about the atom bomb, right?
Yeah,
That's what I
exactly.
thought.
It's an interesting story. It's about J. Robert Oppenheimer,
The guy who created the atom
yeah,
bomb.
the guy who played a big part in creating the
Yeah.
atom bomb, and then had to live with the weight of knowing I am to create this weapon of mass destruction. I opened up Pandora's box.
Right.
You can't close that box after it's been opened.
Yeah.
I changed the world forever, in
Yeah.
some ways for the worse. And the ending shot of Oppenheimer is just haunting.
What
really
is it?
lets you know what's going
is
on.
It the atom bomb going on?
Well, I'm not going to tell you exactly, because that
Oh.
would be a spoiler.
Okay.
But it
Okay.
really is memorable. It's a chilling way to end the movie. And also, if you think about it, J. Robert Oppenheimer is well known for saying, "I have become death, the destroyer of worlds." That
Really?
yeah,
Wow.
yeah. After the first atom bomb, after the atom bomb was tested for the first time,
Yeah.
it was called the Trinity test.
Okay.
J. Robert Oppenheimer said that.
Okay. Wow.
Because he had that realization.
Yeah.
I have changed the world forever. I helped to create this weapon of mass destruction. Right. I opened up Pandora's box.
Right.
Also, Christopher Nolan is the guy who directed Inception, along with Interstellar and Tenet.
I've seen Inception, but not the other two.
I think that Interstellar, really, really good.
I know Interstellar. I've seen it. Like I've seen the box or the case, the cover.
Yeah, that's one of Nolan's best movies.
Really?
And when it comes to Tenet, I think that it's one of the weaker Nolan films without being bad. There's still things about it that I enjoy. It's definitely a movie I respect because Christopher Nolan just went for it. He decided to be ambitious.
Yeah.
I respect that Nolan didn't back down, that he stuck to the vision he had for Tenet, but I think it's more flawed compared to other Christopher Nolan films.
Yeah.
It's more hard to follow than other Christopher Nolan films. It suffers from the problem being unnecessarily confusing.
Right.
But it's still not a bad movie.
Yeah.
Inception is fantastic. The script is so tight. Everything makes sense. Everything you need to know is explained to you, but it's not just boring exposition.
Right.
It's really interesting. Plus, the cast is great. The story's compelling. The visuals are very interesting. To Interstellar, it's an ambitious movie. It's really solid cast.
Sounds good.
Overall, the story's good. I think when you get to the end of the movie, it certainly gets more out there in a way that maybe doesn't work all that well. Probably could have been explained a bit better, but overall, I still really enjoy Interstellar.
Nice.
Here's the thing that's most impressive about Nolan's filmography. Just look at all the movies he's done. Are any of them bad?
No.
That's the thing. Nolan has not had a dud. He has not yet put out a bad movie.
Right.
Some of his movies are stronger than others. Everybody agrees with that. If you look at Nolan's first movie, which is called The Following, it's not at the same level as other Nolan films, which isn't surprising when you keep in mind that it's a low-budget movie.
Yeah.
Nolan made that movie with almost no resources, with his friends, without any Hollywood support.
Okay.
So that movie basically represents the best Nolan could do on his own without much resources.
Yeah.
Then after The Following came out, Nolan did Memento, along with Prestige, Dark Knight Trilogy, Inception, Interstellar, Tenet, Oppenheimer. I've seen The Prestige at this point.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I enjoy it quite as much as other Nolan films.
Yeah.
Our two main characters are pretty unlikable throughout the movie because they're rivals for pretty much the whole runtime. Yeah. There's not that much to them other than their rivalry and how that ends up consuming them.
Yeah.
So I think that it's not as good as The Dark Knight.
Right.
But again, Prestige, not a bad movie.
No, it's pretty good.
here's the thing it's interesting to think about. On the one hand, you have Steven Spielberg, who's done classic, iconic movies. But when you look at his filmography, not all of his movies are good. He's done a lot of movies. He's done 30 movies. So if you look at a list of all the movies he's done, there's some misses in there.
Yeah.
Basically, everyone agrees with that.
Mhm.
There's some weak Spielberg movies or ones that are not good.
Right.
But honestly, when you've done the amount of classics that Spielberg has done, it's fine for you to have some misses.
Yeah.
It's fine for some of your movies to not be good. Because any movies are weaker that are done by Spielberg are outshined by all the great movies he's done.
Yeah.
Also, you think about Martin Scorsese or Ridley Scott. Not all of their movies are good. Both of them have some misses. Again, they've done a lot of movies. Christopher Nolan hasn't done as many movies. He's only done like 12, 13 movies at this point.
Yeah.
But unlike some of those other big name directors, they're all at least good.
Yeah.
You have other directors as well. The ones that have actually done big IP movies. Christopher Nolan did a Batman trilogy, so he's done some big IP stuff before.
Yeah.
But you also have Jon Favreau, for example. He's the guy who did Jungle Book 2016
Okay.
and did a really good job.
Yeah.
Also have Kenneth Branagh, who's well known for doing Shakespeare movies.
Okay.
He did a version of Hamlet, and then he did 4, which came out during Phase 1 of the MCU.
Okay.
Then he did live-action Cinderella.
Mm-hmm.
And you also have the guy who directed Cruella. I don't remember who directed that movie.
Mm-hmm.
George Lucas, the guy who created Star Wars: A New Hope.
Yeah.
You have J.J. Abrams, who's actually done both Star Wars and Star Trek.
Okay. I'm not familiar with Star Trek. I've seen the first 2 new ones, but
The first new
I haven't
Star
seen
Trek
the classic
was,
stuff with Patrick Stewart.
It's definitely really good. The 2009 Star Trek movie is directed by J.J. Abrams.
Mhm.
He's the guy who also did The Force Awakens and
Right.
Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah.
And you also have, thinking about all the Disney live action remakes, what are other directors? Well, you have Tim Burton, who directed Dumbo.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing. If you've watched Burton movies, you know that most of the time he brings his distinct style to those movies.
Dumbo's creepy.
And Dumbo is from Tim Burton, but here's the thing that's unfortunate. When you watch the movie, you don't feel any of Burton's usual flair or style.
All right.
Feels like Burton was turned into a McDonald's manager, just putting out generic corporate product for a big studio.
Yeah.
By contrast, if you watch Beetlejuice, Edward Scissorhands, Big Fish, his 2 Batman movies,
Yeah.
you go, Burton has a style to his films.
Right.
Whether you like that style or not, you can agree that most of the time you know when you're watching a Burton movie
Right.
because of that distinct style.
Right.
You don't feel that style from Dumbo. Similarly, live-action Pinocchio is done by Oscar-winning director Robert Zemeckis.
I'm not familiar with him.
He's the guy who did the 3 Back to the Future movies.
Okay.
Those are classic, iconic sci-fi movies about time travel.
Right.
The DeLorean Time Machine, Doc, Marty McFly, Biff Tannen.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Robert Zemeckis is the guy who did Forrest Gump, classic feel-good drama. Then he did Who Framed Roger Rabbit, fantastic blend of animation and live action. I think I remember, right, you've seen Forrest Gump.
Yes.
Also, Robert Zemeckis, the guy who he's done other movies in regards to classic movies. Those are the big ones that come to mind.
Yeah.
You don't feel any of his distinct style from Pinocchio at all.
Yeah.
You also have the Russo brothers directed Winter Soldier, Civil War, Infinity War, and Endgame.
Yeah.
In fact, actually, it's interesting when it comes to the Russo brothers. It's that they were so good when they were working within the Marvel Studios system. They put out 4 Marvel movies that are really, really good. Not a lot of people who are going to say those are some of the weakest Marvel movies.
Right.
No, pretty much everyone agrees those are some of the strongest.
I agree with that.
But if you look at the movies the Russo brothers have done after Endgame, they haven't really been doing that well.
Yeah.
Haven't been very successful, to be honest. So that's led to a lot of people asking the question, well, why is it that the Russo brothers had so much success when they were working within the Marvel Studios system, working with Kevin Feige, and then they've been struggling so much outside of the MCU?
Yeah.
And I feel like maybe it's because the Russo brothers are better when they're working within a team that knows what they're doing, working in a system that works well.
Yeah.
They're good at helping other people create stuff, but maybe the Russo brothers aren't as talented with creating stuff on their own, not based on established characters, not based on big established comic book characters.
Yeah.
So if you think about it, Captain America is a big name. Iron Man's a big name. Yeah, a lot of people would agree that, man, Chris Evans and Robert Downey Jr. did such a good job playing Tony Stark and Steve Rogers.
Right.
In fact, actually, it's hard to remember back when Iron Man 2008 came out, Iron Man wasn't a big character to the general public.
Right.
People who read comic books knew who he was, but regular average people didn't really know who Iron Man was.
Right. I didn't know who he was because I never read any of the comics.
That movie came out and everyone was blown away by how good Robert Downey Jr. is, that he's effortlessly charismatic and charming. He bounces off other people so well.
Right.
He's always done a good job playing the character, even in movies that are not as good.
Yeah.
Then what's interesting about Chris Evans is that the big superhero role he was known for before Captain America was Human Torch in the early 2000s Fantastic Four movies. Does Johnny Storm have the same personality as Steve Rogers?
No.
Not at all. What's the difference between them?
I'm not sure.
Well, Johnny. Well, as you see in those Fantastic Four movies, Johnny Storm is a cocky guy. He likes it. He's more of a showboat. He likes the attention. He likes to get girls. He's not a humble guy at all. Right. It's not who he is. Right. He's not a full-on villain, but he's definitely a flawed person. You can see that he's more of a cocky, arrogant jock douchebag. Yeah. By contrast, Steve Rogers is supposed to be a sincere, humble, earnest guy. Yeah. Who's just at his core a good, decent person with a very strong sense of right and wrong. Yeah. Very strong sense of morality. Yeah. You see during the MCU. Hold on a minute. Here we go. I'm definitely open to watching that for sure. Well, tonight, me and Jesse and Devon are going to see definitely Unicorn. So we could either you'll watch Better Than Tomorrow or some other day. Yeah, I could do that. Usually stuff is on Paramount Plus. It's for free. Usually you don't have to pay anything with that specific streaming service. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Right. All right. Someone called me. I wanted to talk to them for just a little bit. So going back to what I was saying a few minutes ago, Johnny Storm and Steve Rogers have very different personalities. Steve Rogers is designed to be that paragon that we all look up to because he's such a good guy. He's just very humble. He has a lot of integrity. We see right from the beginning that he has these strong he has things that he strongly believes in, and he never wavers on that. He always stays true to his moral values, to his principles, his ideals. And I think it's powerful. You see Steve Rogers go on this journey throughout the MCU where he goes from someone who trusts institutions, trusts the government, to someone who is skeptical of authority, who's skeptical of institutions, who questions what they're doing because he's seen how authority can be abused, power can corrupt, and sometimes the people in power who are supposed to be doing the right thing are maybe not doing the right thing. And so Steve Rogers transitions from someone who believes in the American government, is loyal to them, to someone who stays true to his ideals, but is no longer taking orders, is not blindly subservient to authority without questioning things. No, Steve Rogers questions things. When you get to Captain America Winter Soldier, you really see that Steve Rogers is supposed to be that example of what America should be, but in reality is not. Steve Rogers represents the principles, the ideals that America is supposed to stand for, but in practice, things are much more complicated. That's why Steve is the greatest enemy to Hydra. He's fundamentally a good person at his core, and that never actually changes. So, by contrast, Johnny Storm is not totally villainous. It's not that he has zero redeeming qualities at all, but clearly more of a flawed person than Steve Rogers is. Steve is definitely a different personality than Tony Stark, that's for sure. Tony is more obviously flawed than Steve is. You see at the beginning that Tony is all about pleasure in the moment. He lives in this big mansion. He's a womanizer. He drinks. He's arrogant, cocky. You could say he's narcissistic. But throughout the course of the franchise, you see him become a better person. You see him become more selfless. And man, his ultimate sacrifice in Infinity War, in Endgame, is very powerful. When you see him lay down his life for the sake of the universe in order to stop Thanos and his army. Man, that hits super hard. And when you get to the end of Endgame, the way that Steve Rogers' arc wraps up feels so incredibly fitting. It feels like, yeah, this is the right way to close out Steve's journey. Here's a guy who's so selfless, who's given so much to everyone else that finally he decides, I want to have something for myself. That feels so fitting. He's that selfless person who always thought he would die a hero's death. He was totally willing to do that, as you see right in Captain America the First Avenger. But then when you get to the end of Endgame, Steve is actually happy because now he has a life. He's found something for himself. It's like, yeah, this is totally fitting. Steve totally earned this. And then after Endgame, it's not that there's zero characters that have been introduced that are interesting. There's been some interesting characters introduced, to be sure, but at the same time, it's clear that there's so many characters now, we don't know when things are going to get followed up on anymore. That's unfortunately the big problem. I think that it's hilarious that Sony, for some reason, thought that doing a movie that's a prequel to the origin story for 5C or D list Spider-Man side characters that no one cares about is hilarious. How did they think this was a good idea? They chose to put out Madam Web, a movie that isn't actually about these people becoming Spider Women. That's in the trailers, but it's in the movie for 2 seconds. No, instead, the movie's the origin story for the Spider Women's boss, It's the origin story for the guy in the chair. So it's a prequel to the origin story about these D or C-list Spider-Man side characters. That's a bafflingly terrible idea. On top of that, what's hilarious is that if you actually watch the press tour for the movie, Dakota Johnson looks so uncomfortable. It feels like she wants to talk about anything other than Madam Web because she's embarrassed about it. It's like she realized, oh no, we made a very bad and very cynical movie. Oh, great. I have to go out there and promote it because I'm contractually obligated to do so. Oh, let's get this done. And then what's hilarious is that only a month after the movie came out, Sydney Sweeney publicly roasted Madam Web and threw it under the bus. And when she was on stage for Saturday Night Live, she literally said, "You didn't see me in Madam Web." And it's hilarious how horribly Sony embarrassed themselves in front of the whole world when it comes to Morbius. It's hilarious. Everybody in the world knows Sony is the major film studio that got trolled by the internet. It's like, wow, guys, congratulations on getting hoodwinked by Morbin Time. You looked online and you thought, oh, people had such a morbid good time with the movie. Oh, if we put it back in theaters, people are going to rush out to see Morbius because they love it so much. They're memeing the movie to death, so they must love it. And then, no, that's not what happened. They put the movie out in theaters again. It was a bomb that basically blew up right in Sony's face. Well, everybody in the world knows how much Sony embarrassed themselves in front of everyone. And it's also hilarious. Sony, for some reason, actually announced we're doing an El Muerto movie with Bad Bunny, and literally everybody in the world. And what Sony? Who the heck is El Muerto? Oh, that guy from the comic books that no one in the general public knows about. Sony, how did you think this was a good idea? How did you think this was in any way commercially viable when it was clearly not? It's comical. And even in the case of the Venom movies, as much as there's enjoyment, as much as there's entertainment value to be had there, they have some pretty clear problems. And Kraven the Hunter, oh, yikes. Just a really, really bad movie with shockingly bad dialogue. It's just hilarious because that movie is some of the worst dialogue you've ever seen. So I'm actually right now watching the show. Watching the show right now, Tron Uprising on Disney Plus. It's funny because this year we're getting Tron Ares, first new Tron movie in 15 years. It's like, wow, this franchise is actually coming back. Oh man, wouldn't you agree it's pretty funny we're getting Tron Ares this year?
Right.
First new Tron movie in 15
It's been a while.
First new Tron movie in 15 years.
Yeah.
There's actually this TV show on Disney Plus called Tron Uprising. It's one season of it, 19 episodes. First episode 30 minutes long. The other episodes are 20 to 25 minutes long. So it's not a very long TV show.
Yeah.
It's only like about 6 hours. I'm enjoying it so far. I'm not very far into it at this point. Also, this year we're getting Freakier Friday.
Yeah, I want to see that.
What is it a sequel to?
Freaky Friday with Lindsay Lohan and Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yeah, a 2003 version. Before that, there's actually a version from the 1970s
Really?
with Barbara Harris in it.
Wow.
Now, technically, it is true the new Freaky Friday movie did come out in 2018, but here's the thing. I'm pretty sure that movie did not get a theatrical release. Pretty sure it went straight to Disney Plus. In that case, it's not as well known to most. Oh, yeah. Because Freaky Friday 2018 went straight to Disney Plus, not as many people know about it. Not as many people have seen it.
Yeah.
By contrast, Freakier Friday is getting a theatrical release.
That's good.
I think you'd agree the basic premise of Freaky Friday is very interesting.
Yeah.
It's interesting to think about what would it be like if two people swapped places.
Right.
What if
Switch bodies.
Just imagine, man, what if your soul was suddenly in the body of a 69-year-old person? How would you react?
I don't know.
What if someone who's 75 suddenly find themselves in your body?
Right, 34-year-old.
That would be funny. You'd be like, oh man, look at all the things I can do with a young body now.
Right.
You'd be like, oh wow, look at all the limitations I now have to deal with because I'm in a 75-year-old body.
I think I'd be old and decrepit.
It's very interesting. What would it be like if a 15-year-old girl was suddenly in the body of a 55-year-old girl?
Right.
What if a 55-year-old woman, that's a better way of saying it actually, was suddenly in the body of a teenage girl?
Right.
That's what Freaky Friday movies tend to be about.
Yeah.
Pretty funny. You can very quickly see the humor that comes from that. The chaos that comes from that premise.
Right.
Also, it's funny for me to think.
She's like, oh, I'm like the crypt keeper.
Yeah, you have this older lady that's suddenly in the body of a teenage girl.
Right.
The teenage girl is suddenly in the body of an older lady. So she's like, oh, look at my face. It looks really different.
Yeah.
So it's funny for me to imagine what would it be like if my soul was suddenly in my mom's body.
Yeah.
And what would happen if my mom's soul was in my body?
Right.
Aside from the obvious, male-female difference, there's also the age difference.
Right.
It's a very big personality difference.
Yeah.
So people around me in that case would be like, why are you suddenly acting so different?
Right.
People that know my mom would be like, why are you suddenly acting so different?
Right.
What if you and one of your parents swap places?
Yeah, that'd be weird, man.
I know. It's
so weird.
It really would be. I like the idea they're doing a sequel to Freaky Friday, and the trailers make it seem like we're going to do 3 generations this time. Yeah. Grandparent, parent, and kid.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Like, that would involve more chaos. Less more entertainment.
Right.
Also, the thing, when you look at Venom, when you look at the 6 Sony Spider-Man list of Spider-Man movies,
right. I like those movies.
It's comical how bad they are, how much Sony embarrassed themselves in front of everyone. You just think about Madam Web, for example. You go, how is it that Sony thought it was in any way a good idea to do a prequel to the origin story?
Right.
A movie that's about the Spider-Woman's boss, the guy in the chair.
Yeah.
It's not actually a movie about these people becoming Spider-Women. That's teased in the trailers, and then it's in the movie for 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, instead, Madam Web is a prequel to the origin story about 5 or 6 C or D list Spider-Man side characters that no one cares about. That's a shockingly bad idea.
Yeah.
On top of that, when you watch Madam Web, it's comical that Sony keeps trying to tease Spider-Man in the dumbest way imaginable.
Yeah.
In that movie, there's literally part of it where you have Uncle Ben in the movie, Ben Parker. Sony is just going, hey, audience, look, it's Ben Parker, Peter Parker's uncle that keeps dying. Do you get it? Yeah. There's a part of Madam Web where we go to the Parker family baby shower because Mama Parker is pregnant with a baby. Thus, the baby boy is on the way.
Right,
so all these people are trying to guess what the name of this baby boy is. Sony going, hey, audience, you're wondering who the baby boy is? Yes, you are. So let me tell you, it's Peter Parker. It's Spider-Man. Do you get it? Mama Parker is pregnant with Peter Parker, Spider-Man.
Right.
Do you get it?
Yeah.
Just a shockingly bad way to tease Spider-Man. Everybody in the audience is just groaning, rolling their eyes, going, Sony, how dumb do you think we are? We all know exactly what you're doing here. And on top of that, Madam Web is shockingly bad product placement. Literally some of the worst product placement you've ever seen in your life. Because at the end of the movie, our main villain is defeated by a big Pepsi sign. What? And then every time in Madam Web you see a Pepsi can, the camera has to zoom in on it. Sony is just going, hey, audience, look, it's Pepsi. Isn't Pepsi great? On top of that, when you think about Morbius, it's comical how horribly Sony embarrassed themselves in front of the whole planet. Because Morbius came out, it wasn't very well received,
Yeah.
but people had so much fun memeing the movie to death.
Really?
They went, "Hey, it's Morbin time!"
Oh wow.
Sony, for some reason that no one will ever understand, looked at all those memes and went, "Well, if people meme the movie to death, that must mean they loved it. So let's re-release the movie in theaters. We will make a bunch of money because everybody's going to rush out to buy tickets for Morbius."
Yeah.
And then what actually happened? Sony re-released Morbius in theaters. It bombed a second time.
Oh wow.
Thus, Sony made themselves look like clowns for the whole world to see.
Wow.
It's like a bomb blew up right in their faces.
Dang.
They thought they were just going to make a ton of money by re-releasing Morbius, and it didn't happen. So you go, wow, congratulations, Sony. Just hands off to you idiots. Give them a round of applause.
Wow.
Round of applause. Congrats, Sony. Everybody in the world knows you're the major film studio that got trolled by the internet. Congrats on getting hoodwinked by Morbin time.
Oh man.
Fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker.
Right.
So I'm wondering, have you seen Joker 2019?
The one with Joaquin Phoenix?
Yeah.
Yes. I didn't like it.
Is there things you can remember? A movie you didn't like?
I just didn't like the theme. I mean, it was so dark and so like just sad and depressing.
Yeah, that's definitely intentional. That's not a fun or entertaining movie.
It wasn't fun. It made the movie just like sad. You know?
And I don't disagree that it's sad. I think that was done on purpose by Todd Phillips because he wanted you to feel sympathy for Arthur Fleck. Because you see Arthur's life.
Like dancing with that sign, and kids like steal it and they beat him up.
Yeah, they beat him up for no reason, and then the boss punishes Arthur even though it wasn't Arthur's fault at all.
Right.
His kids being jerks for no reason.
Yeah.
Right in the beginning, the filmmakers want you to go, "Oh, Arthur's life is so sad. I feel sorry for him because Arthur is just trying to fit in, but very few people show him any kind of kindness or compassion.
Right.
So many people are just mean to him or mistreat him. And by the end, you see Arthur Fleck turn into the Joker, and it's tragic. You're not meant to go, "Oh, yeah, the Joker's here. Now he's going to go out and rob banks." No. You're meant to go, "Oh, it's so sad. Arthur Fleck just wanted to live his life. He wanted to fit in, but society didn't give him the help he needed. Very few people showed him any kind of kindness. Most were absolute jerks to him, and so he descends into madness and insanity."
Right.
I totally get why a movie like Joker 2019 might not be your thing. That's, of course, totally fine. People have different preferences and tastes.
It was a good movie. I just had a hard time watching it.
Oh, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I get exactly what you're saying there, that Joker 2019 does exactly what it's trying to do very effectively.
Yeah.
It's a technically well-made movie.
No,
it's
just
just
good.
Yeah, it's just inherently, you're not going to rewatch that movie too many times because it's not fun or lighthearted.
Right.
It's a heavy, somber movie. There's almost no humor in that movie at all.
Right.
Not even that many likable characters.
Right.
Even Thomas Wayne in the movie comes off as a jerk.
Yeah.
Wondering, have you seen Joker 2 Folie à Deux?
I haven't. I wanted to see it, but I just haven't. I'm gonna when I can. I'm gonna watch it.
Here's the thing about that movie. Todd Phillips had a vision for it. He stuck to that vision. You got to give him credit for that. He didn't back down at all. He showed how audacious and brave he truly is.
Yeah.
Because he put out a movie in theaters that feels actively antagonistic toward its own audience and fan base.
Really?
Actively angry at the success of the first film.
Wow.
It feels like Todd Phillips said, "Hey, all you people who liked the first film, F you."
Yeah.
Top of that, it feels like Todd Phillips put out in theaters a $200 million troll. This is a movie that is such an anti-crowd pleaser that constantly is just trying to subvert any kind of audience expectation.
Right.
goes, hey, you wanted this? Nah, we're doing something else entirely. No, screw anything that you wanted to see from this movie.
Yeah.
And also, it's hilarious that the movie's set in only a few locations, and yet it for some reason has a $200 million budget.
Really?
It's like Todd Phillips was intentionally screwing around with Warner Brothers. He was intentionally trolling the studio.
Really?
You got to imagine right now that people at Warner Brothers are just pissed at Todd Phillips. They have to be just furious at him right now. Like, oh, that jerk Todd Phillips wasted so much of our money. He took this franchise and plummeted off a cliff. So let's keep him away.
Did you like Paulia Do?
I think it's a movie that's very interesting. I respect that Joker 2 is not bland or generic. It does not feel written or directed by committee. It's like Todd Phillips knew what he wanted to do with this movie, and he stuck with it, regardless of whether it was a good idea or not. I don't really think that Todd Phillips went in a good direction with Joker 2. Feels like he was too focused on subverting any kind of expectation, doing just the exact opposite of what anyone actually wanted. I respect that Joker 2 has technical merit to it. There's some really good visuals in that movie. There's some good IMAX shots.
Oh, nice.
Arthur Joaquin Phoenix still gives a great performance as Arthur Fleck. I don't think the cast is the problem with the movie. I think Joaquin Phoenix is good in both Joker films, but Joker 2 is not a movie I really enjoy that much. Even more so than the first film. Joker 2 is just not a movie I'd really ever want to rewatch. More like, I'm glad I saw it one time, but it's not a movie I really enjoy very much. Did you know, actually, Todd Phillips is the guy who directed Hangover?
I didn't like that movie. I wasn't really into the humor.
Yeah, it's fine. Humor is ultimately subjective. I know from personal experience, people have different tastes when it comes to humor. They have different preferences. What one person finds funny, another person isn't going to find funny.
Right.
For example, I've always found Dumb and Dumber to be a really funny movie.
I thought that was funny.
That's one of my favorite comedies ever.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
I showed a friend of mine Dumb and Dumber. She was like, I didn't really enjoy it much. I didn't really find it to be funny. Also, there's this movie called What About Bob?
I've seen that one.
Richard Dreyfuss in it, along with Bill
remember
Murray.
It, though. It's so long ago.
Bill Murray in it. It is one I think is really funny. But I remember showing it to my dad. He didn't really find the movie to be funny.
That's the one where he goes to his therapist's house or something, right? It's a house.
Bill Murray playing this guy who has a lot of issues named Bob.
Right.
At first, right at the beginning, Bob is seeing this guy, Dr. Leo Marvin, in his therapy office. But then Bob continues to push it, continues to violate the boundaries Leo Marvin set into place, continuously violates Leo Marvin's privacy, and thus Marvin gets more and more irritated with Bob as the movie goes on, to the point where later on in the movie, it just descends into outright farce, where Dr. Leo Marvin is trying to kill Bob. Right. At first, you see that Leo Marvin actually responds to what Bob is doing in a way that's respectful. Right. And as the movie goes on, Leo Marvin starts to go crazy. Yeah. At the end of the movie,
I remember that.
Like he's totally lost it.
Right.
I think it's interesting.
I don't blame the guy for having lost it.
Yeah, I don't really blame Leo Marvin either. Though, admittedly, when you watch the movie, you can see Leo Marvin's character flaws. Right. You can see that he has a lot of knowledge. Yeah. He's an intelligent guy. But he also is, frankly, a cold, arrogant, narcissistic jerk. Yeah. When you think about how he interacts with his family, you can tell that his relationship with his wife and kids is strained because of his ego. Because Leo Marvin has to make everything about him. Right. He puts his own ego, his job first before his wife and kids. Yeah. And they're clearly irritated by that. Yeah. Especially his kids. His daughter very much thinks that my dad doesn't ever listen To me, it always has to be about him.
Yeah.
He doesn't really care about what I'm going through. And honestly, the things that are going on with the kids are not that unusual for someone their
Yeah.
age. They're fairly normal problems that
Yeah.
frankly could have been easily resolved if Leo Marvin handled it in the right way.
Yeah.
But Leo's coldness, his ineptitude at dealing with that kind of stuff just exacerbates these problems.
Yeah.
Here's the thing though, as much as Leo Marvin isn't all that likable of a character, as much of a jerk as he might be,
Yeah.
at the same time, you go, wait a minute, this is Leo Marvin's family, it's his house, it's his vacation.
Yeah.
Sure, he's a cold jerk, but at the same time, it's understandable that Leo would be irritated at what Bob is doing, because what Bob is doing is wrong. He's violating Leo's privacy. Think about it this way. Leo Marvin just suddenly shows up. Suddenly shows up at Leo Marvin's house.
Yeah.
Even
I
though
remember that.
Bob is only Leo's patient. They have a professional relationship, not a personal one.
Right.
And yet,
I mean, he cares though.
and yet Bob suddenly shows up at Leo's house. He stalks Leo and invades his privacy.
Right.
Yeah, Leo has good reason to be angry.
Right.
I mean, how would you react if someone that you only know on a professional level, right? A colleague, a coworker, someone you help as part of your job,
Yeah.
just suddenly shows up unannounced, uninvited at your house?
Right.
How would you react?
I'd be upset.
Oh yeah, you would be upset. Absolutely. You'd be like, how did you find out where I live?
Right.
How did you track me down?
Right.
You'd probably say, hey, you need to get out of here. This is private property. This is my house.
Yeah.
You do not know me on a personal level. You need to get out of here, or I will call the police to have you escorted out of here. Now, it's understandable if Leo is irritated.
Yeah.
And then you see that Leo's family actually is fairly casual about Bob being around.
Yeah.
I
He
mean,
is pretty casual about it.
You understand.
Surprisingly.
Leo's wife, his kids,
Right.
they are kind to Bob. Yeah, it's good that they're kind to him, but
Yeah.
they should be seeing that, wait a minute, Bob is Leo's patient. Bob is not supposed to come here. Leo's on vacation.
Right.
This
Poor
is
guy.
this is wrong. Now, sure, to be fair, we do see in the movie that Leo's fine with scheduling an interview for his work during his quote-unquote vacation.
Right.
So again, you can see that Leo has character flaws. He doesn't really treat his family all that well.
Yeah.
He claims that they're on vacation, but he's totally cool with doing something for work during that vacation.
Right.
But still, Leo's family doesn't seem to realize why it's a bad thing that Bob is invading Leo's privacy, violating the boundaries that were in place, like he is. I really enjoy What About Bob, honestly.
Mm-hmm. It's a good movie.
You know, Bill Murray and Richard Dreyfuss are both really good actors. They're both really talented. That is for sure.
I agree.
So it's hilarious when you watch Kraven the Hunter, the final Sony Spider-Man-less Spider-Man movie. It has shockingly bad dialogue. It's just astonishing to watch that movie and you go, how did these lines make it into the movie? There's literally a moment in the movie where a character says, my grandma died. I haven't seen her since. You go, what? That is a shockingly terrible line of dialogue.
Yeah.
That's not how humans talk.
Right.
If someone dies, you're not going to see them after that point.
Right.
There's also another point in the movie where a character says, I don't kill anyone, I'm a lawyer. How did that make it into the movie?
Yeah.
That is
I don't know.
shockingly bad line of dialogue.
Right.
What's hilarious too is Craven literally has some big talent in there. It has Russell Crowe in there.
Really?
He's a very well-known, well-respected actor.
Yeah.
He's won awards. And
Right.
yet for some reason Sony put him in Kraven the Hunter and got him to deliver a bad performance.
Oh,
How
man.
do you do that?
I don't know.
And no one wants to see Craven be an anti-hero or a secret vigilante. No. He's supposed to be a villain. All these characters,
Right.
Venom, Madam Web, Morbius, they're supposed to be villains. That's what everyone wants.
Yeah.
No one cares turning them into anti-heroes.
Right.
Also, what's hilarious is that Sony, for some reason that no one will ever understand, actually announced to the whole world, we're going to do an El Muerto movie with Bad Bunny playing El Muerto.
Oh, wow.
Everyone in the world went, Sony, who the heck is El Muerto?
Right.
Oh, yeah, that guy from the comics that no one in the general public knows about.
Right.
Sony, what are you doing?
Yeah.
How did you think this was in any way commercially viable?
Right.
And also, famously, Sony announced they were doing Aunt May the movie.
What?
What?
Aunt May from Spider-Man?
They were going to do Aunt May the movie. What?
What?
When you look at the announcements that Sony has made, it's literally become a running joke.
Oh, man.
Sony has embarrassed themselves so spectacularly. And as soon as they announced we're doing El Muerto, everyone in the world laughed at them.
Really?
If you imagine Sony as a person going up on stage and making this announcement, everyone in the crowd audience threw tomatoes at him. Everyone threw tomatoes at Mr. Sony.
Wow.
Boo!
Yeah.
At this point, we're just about to head out, so we're going to wrap things up here. Oh, I definitely had a good time today. I'd say we had a good conversation. It was definitely a long one, too.
Yeah, 4 hours.
Wrap things up
hours.
for now.
I'm glad we had
everyone.
some people.
Yeah, had some interaction.
That was nice.
That was good
really
for sure.
That.
Yeah,
I really like Universal and Lego Gambit. He was cool.
Yeah, it's cool to
Germany,
actually interact with some other people.
Nice. Well, and Universal said we had potential.